Good evening, everyone. It is 6 o'clock on Wednesday, October 23rd, and I'd like to call this hearing back from recess. And we'll start out just with repeating the rules from last night in case anybody wasn't here. Again, thank you all for attending tonight's budget hearing. It is important to recognize that we are here tonight to focus on our financial priorities with regard to finalizing the 2025 York City budget. As our budget is basically the blueprint for the city of York, it is imperative that the budget team and I receive as much information as possible in order to ensure a fiscally responsible budget is adopted. With that said, we will hear testimony on projected income and budgeted expenses for all departments as they relate to programs and services for the city of York, appropriations, how they will be used, projected expenditures, and program outcomes. In considering the budget, council may reduce any item and may increase or add items as deemed appropriate and or necessary to achieve the city's goals and its financial objectives. I'd like to emphasize that this is a public hearing, not a public meeting. Although we welcome your comments, a public hearing is not a debate session, but is designed specifically for the purpose of receiving testimony and evidence on the issue at hand. Presenters will first be given an opportunity to outline their budget, followed by the budget team and council questions. We will then receive public testimony. It is asked that each person providing testimony give your name and limit your comments to 3 minutes so that everyone who wishes to speak has an opportunity to do so. Are rebuttal comments allowed? At my discretion, rebuttal comments may be allowed, but if allowed, rebuttal comments will only address specific matters or questions raised during the hearing and must be brief, preferably 3 minutes or less. Things to keep in mind. Speakers should provide testimony pertinent to the subject matter at hand and should avoid repetition of comments made by previous speakers. Refraining from comment if the same points were raised by a prior speaker or simply stating agreement with the points previously provided will help move the hearing along so that others who wish to speak will have the opportunity to do so. Large groups whose members wish to speak are encouraged to designate a spokesperson. Exhibits, letters, petitions, and other documents presented or shown to the administration or council become part of the official record. Written testimony may be submitted in conjunction with or in place of oral testimony. What is not allowed? No disruptions or disorderly conduct will be tolerated. Speakers and members of the public shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, applause, protests, engaging in disruptive conversation during presentations, speaking out of turn, preventing or attempting to prevent others who have the floor from speaking, or other conduct which disrupts or interferes with the orderly conduct of the public hearing. Such conduct is strictly prohibited. Personal attacks on elected officials, staff, or members of the public are out of order and will not be tolerated. It is not appropriate for a speaker to debate a matter under consideration with other speakers, the audience, or members of the budget panel. Engaging in such conduct and failing to cease upon request will be grounds for ending a speaker's time. With your cooperation, we will have an informative and successful hearing, and your adherence to these instructions is truly appreciated. Consideration for adoption of the 2025 budget is projected to take place before December 31st, 2024, and will be advertised accordingly. And we will pick right up where we left off. We're about to do business administration, correct?
My first thing was going to remind everybody that if you're speaking, if you're in the audience, to come up to the mic, and if you're sitting over on the side or up here, to make sure your mic is on with the red light, and I almost forgot to do that myself. So, yes, we are picking up with business administration. If you are in council chambers and you'd like a copy of the budget, there should still be copies in the back. Otherwise, anyone who's online would be able to find a copy of the budget on our website under the government section and York City Finances budget documents in 2025. We will be starting on page 14, which starts the business administration department. I wanted to make note that the Business Administration Department budget-wise is split into several funds. Specifically, the main staff for business administration and the expenses are split between the general fund at 35% and the internal services at 65%, which then the internal services is those total expenses in that Fund 70 is allocated out across the other departments. Right off the top to start with, under Fund 10, as was discussed yesterday with the Treasurer's Office and with the city taking over refuse billing from York Water, and there being a need for additional staff to do so, we added a position in the Treasurer's Office, and I'm requesting a position in business administration or in finance, wherever we want to put it, specifically to assist the finance staff with budgeting and policy analysis. The budgets that we have completed and we continue to get completed, we have findings a lot that are associated back to us not having sound policies and procedures in place. So that we can work off of those. And even then, the auditors, that's the first thing they need to look at in order to make sure we're actually doing what we're said that we're going to be doing. We need assistance in building those. Since the finance staff is taking over the actual coming up with the billings that get issued out, Treasurers is collecting the money. I'm asking to take some of the policy building responsibilities out of the finance office so they can cover the refuse responsibilities and add this new position to help us with the budget and myself with the budget, but also to just start building these policies.
Comment on that now or wait to the end?
It's up to you.
Okay. Just on this one item, I'll let you go through the rest of the budget, but I wanted to particularly relay to council. This is creating a new full-time position and thus the encumbrances of health insurance and pension. I don't love that. So I want to give this a year and see what we come up with. So I'm supporting this position for 1 year, and then I want to revisit it next year. But it is absolutely true that we need the assistance due to bringing the billing in-house, which is also going to increase our revenue well in excess of having to pay for these positions, or this position and the position in the Treasurer's Office. But my only concern is the long-term encumbrances and whether or not we will continue to need, once we have these new policies put in place, whether we will continue to need a full-time person in that position. So I'll support it for this year, but I want to revisit it next year.
And while we're on refuse billing, we'll get into Public Works, I just wanted to give a preview that we were paying York Water a fee of $477,900 a year. With the expenses that are added in the 25 budget associated with us taking over the services in-house, we will see a savings of $238,700. So just wanted to preview
And that is after the 2 positions and the billing, the mailing, all of that put together.
The new module for OpenGov in order to do it, yes. Which the new module hopefully will also be useful to Treasurer Jeffcoat for taxes in the future too.
Great.
So,
thank you.
all right. So from there.
And not to interrupt, I'm sorry, but good job, everybody.
Oh, thank you.
Good job, because this is not necessarily an easy thing. You know, there were good reasons to outsource it at one point, and there's good reason now to bring it back in-house. So I want to thank everybody that has been participating in adding this new service to the city.
Okay. So the rest of the Fund 10 budget then is pretty much allocations. There is a small budget with no increases for travel and for training, association dues and conferences in case myself or Dan as the Assistant Business Administrator would need that. There's also a small amount associated with the bond that is needed for my position. So that is everything in the general fund under BA 200. After that, going in number order, we go to Fund 28, which is the proceeds from the sale of the plant and the sanitary sewer system, which is the SSS. This we had discussed yesterday. This is where you're going to see under revenue You are going to see a combination of the actual dividends that we are anticipating from the proceeds that are invested in the CRIM account with Fulton, and the carryover balance that is going to be needed in order to balance the budget. After that, in expenses, you'll see where that's our revenue, and these are the expenses. The majority of it is interfund transfers to either one of the two remaining general obligation bonds, the funds associated with them, which is the 44 and the 45, or to Fund 10 to pay for the firefighters' pension, the police pension, and towards health insurance costs. And then our O&E pension is actually located in the Fund 70 of Business Administration to come. So you'll see where we have the money that we're using, either coming in as dividends or what we're pulling over from the CRIM if needed, and then how we expensed it out. So that's what the Fund 28 section is.
And I'm sorry, what is the purchased income?
It's just one of the line items that they have, and sometimes you have, because of the fluctuation of the market, sometimes things will go up and down, so you have that. And it's a weird terminology, but that's the terminology that they use in the CRIM account.
And is that like holding $1 million in escrow, or what is that?
No, it's because of the market fluctuating, the value may change from month to month. So some months it might go up, and next month it may go down.
Right.
So you may look like you're losing money on that particular part of it. It's just part of the investments.
Right, but so why does it show $1 million worth of loss in the revenues?
Because that's technically what it would be.
Every statement that we get, these are the items that are split out in terms of how the CRIM is represented to us. So it's our principal, and then it's these items that are listed in terms to combine to be what the actual earned dividend is.
An example would be if you had stock, if the stock value would be X amount today, and 2 months from now, the value may go down, so you end up having a negative effect. So in other words, you lost money on paper. That's technically what this is.
Yeah, so.
Yes.
Right, but this isn't, so this is a kind of a contingency, it's not a real.
It's not a real loss.
It's not a real loss.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not, but we're counting it as $1 million loss.
Because on every
But if we don't
statement,
lose,
we receive it.
then we keep the $1 million.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so that is Fund 20 under Business Administration. After that is Fund 29 for the ARPA funds. What is in there is the actual professional services that we are paying our consultants, Answer Advisory for our services. It's also when the solicitor assists us specifically for ARPA issues, we will make sure that the hours associated with that gets paid out of the ARPA funds as opposed to just our solicitor account. And then there's just a little bit in there in case we do need to reference an auditor to assist us with any of the accounting. So that is what's left of what was originally agreed for those projects.
So out of the original $750,000 for the consultant, are you saying 463 is left? That doesn't sound right.
No, they are actually, let me put up my ARPA spreadsheet. There's, the grant management is the 704.
Right.
So that is, I'm sure I have it right on here. It's yelling at me. Let's see here. The ARPA grant, okay, so the ARPA Administration, Management, and Auditing, including Answer, is actually the 000 cost center at the top. So that is the 300, we have $312,000 out of the Answer for 2025. Yep, so that's what's left in there.
I know that there are some individuals that would like to know the total that we have been paying that we've paid the consultants and expect to pay the consultants. Because the original figure discussed was 750,000.
And they, every time we get a bill from them, they are deducting off of that amount, being
Right.
that's the max payment. So at this point, once we get over the hump in the ARPA with this year, the big step now is making sure we have our interagency MOUs so that we can show that we're obligating all of our funds. When we go into the new year, we have been using them to assist us with the quarterly reporting, which will continue. And then they also have been in contact with essentially our stakeholders that we are still working with in terms of them providing documentation as to how they're spending the money that we had sent them internally and externally. I anticipate that eventually we won't need them as much because we already have all of our projects determined, so they're no longer having to review our project description forms to see if this is a valid project use. But thus far, I think, are on a very good schedule and we very well may come under budget.
Great.
All right, so that's the ARPA and business administration. After that, we get to Fund 66, which is specific to the White Rose Community Television. In this one, there are no increases to any of Cliff's discretionary line items in terms of his other professional services, his broadcast supplies. He's held everything.
And Cliff, do we have money for a new microphone?
We'll make sure he does. Specifically for the podium.
For the podium, right, okay.
Yep.
We may have to increase that by a couple hundred by the time it comes to you.
No. Pretty sure between Cliff and IT's budget, we could fit that in there as is.
Great.
All right, so after that, finally in business administration is, as I discussed earlier, the split of the main cost for administration for business administration also goes into Fund 70 for internal services. So again, actually there's very few non-allocations cost in that fund, and there's no increases. So that's business administration.
All right, please continue.
Okay. Oh, is there any questions?
Yeah, I didn't see anybody popping up. Did anybody have any, I'm sorry. Budget team, any further questions on this? I mean, you
No.
guys wrote the budget for your. Councilwoman, thank you.
Hi, Betsy Buckingham, York City Council. Just back under 10, the general, I just need a little more of a clarification. Is it one position or two positions? I got a little confused about the budget and policy analyst.
One position.
It's just one position. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
I guess when I was speaking about the one we discussed yesterday in the treasurer's office, plus this one will be in business administration.
Right, so I was just a little confused about that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
So I guess the processing of the bills going out will come from the administration side. The processing of collecting the payments will come from the treasurer's side. So we
Exactly.
need one new person on each side.
Exactly, thank you.
Any other questions?
Councilwoman?
Hi, Councilwoman Bupp. The question is under the 44400, other contractual services, under the ARPA. And I maybe didn't understand, I got a little confused when you were talking about what's left for answer. And then you said we also use a solicitor. And so it looks like there's a budget amount of $463,000 under the 44400. I wondered what that would be used for.
The grant.
Oh, yes, that's the money that's specifically allocated for the grant consultants. Thank you, I was spacing it. So we have one line that's for the administration of ARPA, and then the 704 is, cost center is the grant management. So that's the revenue replacement funds that were allocated to the contract with Barry Dunn for the grant consultant.
And of that, how much was actually spent this year?
That one actually needs adjusted because,
Yeah.
it's
something
not
wrong there.
increasing. If anything, it's still the no more than 250. They haven't billed us yet this year.
Right, so we need to take that 250
Yep. I'll fix
out of
it.
there.
I did what Diana did. No. I did what Diana did, and I put what I wanted in the adjustment instead of, see, we all do it. Even me.
So it should remain the 213, that's what's left in that budget, or should it be the 250?
It'll be 250.
Okay.
Good catch. And I'm going to be going through all of the ARPA lines through the entire budget, because there's some that we still need to add to make sure we've represented all the projects that we included. Yeah, we'll make sure that they're all nice and tight compared to what we have left available.
Well, so that brings us back up to so is it the 39999 that is the answer? Or what is that carryover fund balance?
The carryover fund balance is representing the revenue for the expenses below it.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So that'll be reduced when the 462 number is reduced down to 250.
All right, so if these are the grant folks, then is it 42070 that is answer?
That's actually cost center 000, but yes, the other professional services is answer.
Okay.
12.
Then where was the solicitor part?
We pay out of that for the solicitor as well.
Oh, okay, so
Yep.
that's one you didn't split it out for us.
No, because it was just all under the administration
Got it.
of the ARPA funds.
Okay. Thank you.
Stripped. Hi, Councilwoman Buppa again. So just a question, how do you decide whether to use, so this is other professional services versus other contractual services? So this is more like, I guess, policy for how you identify which account to put it in. What would be the difference between other professional and other contractual?
They can go back and forth, but for the most part is the other contractual services are really used a lot more, because this for Barry Dunn could have easily been other professional as well. You'll see a lot of other contractual services when there are the bigger RFPs where there's actually a contract that we sign off on, as opposed to the letters of intent that we have.
Bless you.
That we have with the professional services, such as the solicitor, answer advisory services. So it can go either way. Sorry.
What I had been generally going by is professional services allow us to, because they are very specific, that allows us to not necessarily have to go through an RFP process. You know, if you have one particular company that does something and there are basically no other companies that do it, or you have gone through a process and you want, like Barry Dunn, right? That's there you would go through an RFP process, but it's a very, very specialized thing. And then contracts are much broader, where we say, hey, we want the roof replaced, and we really don't talk to them after that. They go and replace the roof. So professional, I mean, am I describing it correctly? Professional services are generally more involved on a day-to-day basis with the city, but not enough to be employees. But then you have the contractual, which are these broad contracts for services that once you contract them, they pretty much take care of everything.
Deputy Business Administrator for Human Resources, otherwise known as our HR manager. The work well together, and we're got a good team going on. So I want to make sure everyone knew she's here. Obviously, this time around, I helped a bit with the budget. Specifically, human resources, kind of the office of, is responsible for the human resources budget, but also risk management. So first, we'll hit 201 for human resources. I didn't have my mic on. McLean, everyone knows. Okay. So for the human resources budget, we do not have increases actually in any of our discretionary funds. It's a bunch of allocations. We did swap out, we actually reduced our office equipment. And then there is an increase in salary involved there that was associated with the new Fair Labor Standards Act minimum salary associated with individuals that are exempt from the overtime requirement, and the HR generalists within there were within $1,900 shy. So I did request to bump them up so that we could keep them in the salary status. So that's why you see a little bit more. I've got 2 HR generalists, and then it's just the cost of living adjustment that makes up the additional 10 grand.
I see a couple of puzzled faces out there. Do you want to explain that a little bit
Sure.
more of what Labor and Industry put down upon us?
Yeah. So in order for, it's always the idea of salaried and hourly, which isn't quite the same, but it's exempt and non-exempt in terms of if a position is eligible for overtime or time and a half pay after they have worked more than 40 hours in a work week. So in order, the safer than sorry method is that everyone's not exempt. Everyone is eligible for overtime. They do give you certain categories that if you can meet the requirements of in terms of the roles and responsibilities and the salary minimum in the position, that you can justify that they are exempt from overtime. So in this case, my HR generalist and of course everybody that we had as exempt, the actual salary amount, and forgive me, I don't remember what it was before, but it was actually really low. It was, I think, just above 40,000, and so anybody that we had already considered to be exempt was above that. So we never actually had to take that in consideration. We just focused on the responsibilities of the job, and if they checked off the requirements of Fair Labor Standards in order to meet their category. In July, well, I guess the beginning of the year, they changed the policy, the feds did, in order to increase that salary minimum. And they increased it in July, and it didn't affect any of our employees. But the increase that's going to take effect in January did involve our employees. The new amount is actually $56,000. Double check. It is $58,686. So we did review the current positions and taken into consideration how often the position's responsibility might actually entail them to work more than 40 hours and weighed the options between moving them from exempt to not exempt and being eligible for overtime, or and how much we might have to budget for overtime for them, or to bump up their salary so they hit that cutoff so that they can remain non-exempt from overtime and not eligible for overtime pay. So I worked with the mayor to determine the positions that were affected, and
Was that like 6 positions or 10?
yes,
It's really just a handful.
it was a handful of positions that were affected. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there were 2 positions, two individuals in the same position that we determined, no, they're going to change to hourly, and we'll just take into account for overtime. But the rest of the positions were like, yes, that they definitely have roles that would regularly entail them to potentially work over 40 hours, and that it was more beneficial for us to just increase their salary as opposed to have to budget for overtime. So one new fun little thing that the government decided to throw in for us that we had to take in consideration for our budget. So the first big impact you see to the budget was in the Office of Human Resources. So past that, excuse me, you'll see we obviously through the human resource budget, we pay for our employee and union legal counsel. So there's a big hunk of expense for that associated with, and then also some other consulting services. Our EAP, Employee Assistance Program, gets paid out of that bucket as well. So that pretty much makes up human resources. The only thing at the bottom is that there are two separate cost centers associated with the civil service expenses associated with police and fire. And you'll see one of those where the expense is there as a negative and a positive because we actually shift that expense over to the police and fire department, and you'll see it in their lines as well. So that's human resources. Anything I missed, Mac?
No, I think you covered most of it. I did want to say the other professional services line item, going through that itemization.
Is your mic on? Can't hear you.
Is it red?
Yeah, it's red.
Just got to talk up.
Sorry, it just has to be louder. I just wanted to say that in the other professional services line, that adding in that itemization, I believe is new this year. So we wanted to be able to break down that more clearly so you can see what's going into that 350,000 amount.
Yeah, that was one of the tasks we did together, so we could obviously get a good hold of what's coming through there and make sure that we need the same amount of budget for the new year.
And I know you want to maintain the budget in there, but are the union contract negotiations coming out of that line?
The legal service is associated with the contract. Actually, it does in terms of Mr. Ray is assisting us with the negotiations for the contracts. We do have 2 next year, but any legal counsel, the hours associated with that would be there. There is an arbitration line that's above that specifically, if we have any grievances to go to arbitration or interest arbitration costs, through the fire or police contracts, we use that line first. So yep, we handle all that in the office too. Any questions with human resources budget? All right, then we'll move on to the other half of human resources, which is risk management. So risk management is a combination of, I guess, 3 things. First, we'll knock out at the very top is we receive through Capital Blue Cross, who is our medical insurance provider, essentially a credit of $13,500 that they provide to us to support our employee wellness program. So that's what you're seeing at the top under Fund 26 under special projects. So we apply the expenses to that are approved by Capital, and then we get reimbursed. You see the revenue coming in. That's the first aspect of the risk management budget. After that, this is the new addition for this year, which is where the ARPA funds under Fund 29. This is where you're seeing the revenue replacement funds that are being used to offset the cost of the employee health insurance in the amount of $5,570,459. So again, you'll see where the expense is, and it's being actually moved over to the internal services as revenue. So you see it, the expenses going out, and you see the carryover budget of the fund balance in order to cover it. And just as a reminder, because of using that money this year, the per full-time employee allocation cost that goes out to the other departments was reduced by $13,549 per full-time employee. So that was a savings for all of the departments this year because of that. All right. So past that, we get into really the meat of risk management, which is in the Fund 70 internal services. So this is a combination of our health insurance and our liability insurances. What you see revenue-wise is Miscellaneous is essentially where we collect the payroll deductions for the voluntary life insurance that the employees have signed up for. So that's where the revenue comes in, because later we're paying it out to the insurance company. The prescription plan, in previous years, we would get a rebate from the actual third party, our actual carrier, and that used to be an actual check that came to us. Now they're actually reducing our claims amount, so we no longer need a revenue line. Then you see where the money's coming in from ARPA. And then after that is just a long line of the actual premium contributions, share contributions that the various employee groups are making for either the retirees or the employees into deducted from their paychecks or for their pension checks. Then after that, you're going to start seeing where our health insurance expenses are. The way this works in terms of all the expenses are there and then they're backed out as negatives, it's a little difficult to see actually the difference between this year and last year. So to actually summarize it out, there is a increase this year of 1.4 million total in the risk management budget. So that's between health insurance and the liability insurances, which is pretty much the course we've been, is about $1 million every year. It would have been worse, but we've seen a significant, I guess, savings, but a slowing in the increasing of prescription claims because of the additional programs we've put in that assist with essentially sourcing the prescriptions at a lower rate to the city and at no cost to the employees. So that's actually helped kind of slow the increase over time.
And so what is our total number then?
Our total number for all risk management, the total expenses is $17.4 million for 2025.
And how much for health and dental and eye?
For health and dental and eye, it is, and the stop loss insurance that's needed, almost exactly 12 million.
12 million. So I think we were 11. Yeah, we were about 11 last year, right? Mm-hmm. So I bring this up because when people talk about the health of the city government and the functioning of the city government is very healthy. The problem is that these costs have gone up. In 2000 or 2001, this budget line was $1 million. Now it's $12 million. And the revenue coming into the city hasn't really increased. You know, we did raise some taxes, but we don't want to raise taxes anymore because we're taxed to death. So here's where we are stuck. So if anybody says anything about the the functioning of the government and all of that, these are external forces that we really have nothing that we can do about. Nothing. We do. At every contract, see if we can negotiate some way that employees can increase their contributions to their health costs. It ranges anywhere from 3 to 11 percent that the employees
Yes.
are paying. Mm-hmm. I've increased mine to 20% as an example of what we need to do. Even if at 20%, it's a very low contribution, and so these are the things that we have to weigh as we move forward, because this selling of the wastewater treatment plant, running these kinds of deficits that we are running is directly attributed to the cost of healthcare in this country.
And to go on with that is that, especially with the healthcare, is that it's commonplace, and as much as we'd like it to be different, we'd like to pay our employees more, but we don't have the budget to do that. So we provide platinum coverage for health insurance. So sure, that might cost us more, But as a total compensation package for our employees, it's a huge benefit to them, especially because we can't necessarily give more in salaries. We give you really good insurance that even equated in terms of what someone would pay out in the private sector is a very small portion that they pay. So we walk that balance. Sure, can we reduce our benefits and see some savings? Yes, but then we also could be taking away, our potential to keep or hire employees in the future. So, because everyone's, oh, you can cut this, and that's where, like I said, our brokers with Alera are great. They've come to us every year with ways that we could potentially add additional programs to outsource, additional wellness options where we can focus on folks to try to avoid heart disease and to assist them with their diabetes or whatnot. So we've been doing our best in terms of trying to mitigate those costs as much as possible, just knowing that they're just going to continue to increase.
Have we reevaluated the self-insured program recently?
We do it about every year, every other year, and it's still definitely to the point that we are saving money this way.
This is one thing that always comes up, so I like to mention it this time of year, because sometimes people look at us and they're like, why are you self-insured? When things happen, you have to pay out the money for the health care. But the fact is that we get this evaluated every year, whether or not an entity our size with the number of employees, nearly 400 employees, whether it makes sense to remain self-insured or to go with another carrier. So this is evaluated on an annual basis, and we are still making the right financial decision to remain self-insured.
Absolutely. So that health insurance, our life insurance, we do offer a group life and accidental death and dismemberment policy to all full-time employees, and in addition to the supplemental insurances that the employees can elect, that's taken care of. In the middle is our workers' comp insurance. This one I did increase by $100,000 this year compared to last. We went to being fully insured as opposed to self-insured for that in 2023. So we're adjusting in terms of our claims haven't actually increased, but as I had mentioned yesterday, our premiums for workers' comp is still associated with our salaries for the coming year. So as we increase our salaries, the premiums are going to increase. So I did add an additional charge for the premiums for workers' comp this year, just to make sure that we're covered in that line for 2025. And then at the bottom there hanging out is our prescription paid claims. The one thing I do want to state is that I had noticed, and it's my fault, I told McLean I was going to take care of it, and I didn't, is that you see no increase in all of the from property insurance down. And that's just because I neglected after the meeting we had with our brokers 2 weeks ago to increase the amounts in there. So I will on the new budget. But there's, for all of our policies, there's only a total increase of $165,000. There was a little bit of a decrease in our public officials insurance. The biggest increase, we keep getting hit with our vehicle insurance. That's kind of for everybody, but we're definitely, there's a almost $52,000 increase for our vehicle insurance. And that is separate from our fire apparatus. That one stayed flat. And then our general liability insurance is increasing. That one is anticipated to increase by $111,000. So that's going to be $241,000. So between the increases that we're seeing in this year, which our broker was excited about, that we were keeping it to about 5%. They thought that was really good considering the state of the insurance market at the moment, which is ridiculous. But timing-wise for our insurance is our health insurance. I can get the correct and updated calculations from our health broker for the budget. Our actual general liability insurances, we are just putting our applications, like the timing behind that is that we have an estimate that we're working with, and we may have actual numbers by the time we have to submit. So we do our very best to add enough of a margin that we won't have to come back later in case something comes up higher. So the 164 does have a bit of a margin in there just to make sure that we have enough to cover those.
Could you explain these very, very large items? I was just talking to Jerry about them, and I think I understand, but just because I know it's just spreadsheet math, the $21 million reduction in 41055.
Yes,
I'm sure
what
these
that
things
is,
stand out here.
now, what happened is that's where I had mentioned last year, felt like a year ago, last night, that I noticed that any time that we had the fringe or the indirect cost allocations, those meaning in the actual department where we have the expenses and we are reducing it from that department and sharing it out, in my 24 line, they're showing as positives and they should be negatives. So that's what's making it seem like there's a huge difference between last year's allocation and this year's, is because of my parentheses being missing with those. So there really is not that large of an increase. Yeah. Yeah, they should be going from a negative to a negative, not from a positive to a negative, which is why it's looking like so specifically like the health insurance allocation on page 19, last year it's listed that it was 12.7 million. It was actually negative 12.7 million because that is the line that's actually representing where we're backing out the expense in this line and showing it going out. So when you compare that to the negative 8.3 for this year, and you actually do the math to subtract it, it's showing that there's a difference of negative 21 million, and it isn't. There's actually a difference of 4 million.
4 million.
Right. So that's where just the numbers that are in the 24 column need to be adjusted to be negatives. So actually, the difference is 4.4 million.
So there has been a reduction of 4.4 million in our health insurance allocation?
Your ARPA money.
My ARPA.
Oh, that's the ARPA money. Oh, okay.
That essentially shows where, and that's just, you'll
That's the
see that.
temporary, got it, okay.
Yeah, so that's the money that we didn't have to actually throw into everyone else's budget as additional expense.
Got it, thank you.
Yeah,
You start throwing around $21 million in the budget.
I know, and
It's a little-
it does get scary, and I apologize. Negatives and positives in the spreadsheets. Are there any additional questions for the risk management budget?
Hi, Councilwoman Bupp. I don't know if the city ever is sued, and if the city is sued, do we have an insurance policy that pays out on those if we are unsuccessful, and is that included in this category, and which one is it? And
Those would
has that increased because of
No.
activity?
No, it has not increased because of activity. Those are the bottom. It starts with the general property insurance is 44330, and then it goes down from there. So it depends on what we're being sued for as to what policy it falls under. There is specifically police professional insurance, there's public official insurance, and then, of course, if there's any suit involved with a car accident, then it falls under the vehicle insurance. And then the commercial umbrella is similar to our stop loss, that if those policies exceed to a certain point, then our commercial comes in and helps cover the additional expenses. So absolutely, we have full coverage associated to help us in case we're sued for anything. And that's all covered in risk management under those policies. Any other questions?
Other questions?
Go ahead.
All right, great.
All right.
Where are we at? Internal services?
We are in finance.
No, finance.
Which is 210. So Jerry Lavelle is our chief accountant for finance. For the most part, you will see a jump in the salaries because my staff accountants also fell under the change for the FLSA. So you do see a higher jump in salary in finance because of that. Past that, Jerry, we don't have a lot of increases in the actual discretionary line items, correct?
Correct. The only change that you really see is you see the $2.3 million for the unfunded pension liability. And that's the pension aid coming in and the money going back out to the pension plans. They were actually housed in the Department 130 or the Treasurer's Office before, so that's the change you see here. The only other increases that we actually have here is for some training and travel that had not been in our department before.
For a very long time.
For a long time, yes.
After the Fund 10, which is the basic cost of the finance office proper, that's when you will see the additional funds associated with the general obligation bonds that we mentioned before, the 40, which 40 has actually, that bond has been paid off. So that one you won't see next year. 44 and 45 are two remaining bonds at the moment. So you will see where Jerry has listed the essentially the transfers coming in either from, as we discussed earlier, with Fund 28 for the proceeds of the sale of the plant. We do have a small amount of leases associated with this building in terms of the ATM out back, some parking lot that we make sure goes towards the loan associated with the renovations for this building. So that helps towards that. And then past that is the expenses associated that for the payments that we're scheduled to make on those loans next year.
No real change in that from previous year. Any questions on that?
And actually, Jerry, I think we're within 2 years of paying all those loans off, aren't we? Now, it's a couple big payments in the next couple years, but
27, I think, is the last one, but and you said the $4 million is actually that payment is coming up in December 1st, but we've already transferred the money. So
Okay,
yeah.
great.
we're good. Yep. So that is the finance budget. Questions?
Yeah, and so if that is coming out earlier, when will all the bonds be paid off?
I believe the last one is in 27.
It is still 27, but the payment is less than previously. Because I know that when I came into office, there was Michael Dowry had set up for us a $5.5 million per year payment system. But because of the sale of the wastewater treatment plant, we've been able to greatly reduce those payments. So the system will still happen, that will be all paid off in 2027, just the payments are a lot less.
Correct. I believe that for next year, it's a little under $3 million. I think it's $2.8 million is the interest, the principal payments, and there's a couple $100,000 in interest for 25. And then I want to say that there's a larger one. It's due in 26. I want to say it's $4 million. It's due in 26, and I believe in 27 is also the same. And then that's it.
It's wonderful, and we'll be clear of debt. Madam President.
Ed Queen of Washington, York City Council. I just have a question under expenses. I don't know if there just needs to be a grammatical change or not. 43012 and then 43020. 43012 says travel and training, and then 43020 says training. Should one just be travel and one just be training? Or are they for two?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
No.
you. I think since travel is new to this budget, in our chart of accounts, there is one that's travel and training, which that's probably the only place in this entire budget it's listed.
Okay.
So we can correct it, so it's actually the number for just travel.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you.
Hello?
And then just to follow up, so that, and those are for the accountants training for, like the municipal, or for the conferences to learn about the new laws associated with accounting for the city?
Absolutely. This year, we were fortunate enough that the Health Bureau was able to provide us some funding to send 2 of our accountants to actually OpenGov, our financial systems kind of national yearly event, which they went and got to be with all the other municipalities in terms of learning about how they use the system and how we could use it even further. So we don't plan on sending them from this budget going forward, but we want to make sure that there's funds available for similar opportunities. And like you said, there's any special conferences associated with any GFOA memberships or such that we have money available to send them.
Great, thank you. Sorry. Councilwoman?
Councilwoman Bupp, and GFOA is great, and glad to hear you're sending staff. I got to go earlier this year, and just awesome. So my question is about 42070 line item. It's for fixed asset reports and financial compilations. And my question is that enough for them to do what needs to be done? And does that include them working on 20, 21, and 22 and 23? If you could speak to what that $155,000 is supposed to cover, and if that's enough.
Yes, and it's the financial compilations will be needed for 20 and 21 services for that, and that is enough in there. And then we do utilize an outside service, which we hope to stop using in the future to help us organize our fixed asset report. And so yes, those for the anticipated expenses for 25, those are the correct amounts. And then above that, there's a separate line item that goes towards the actual auditing services of the financials once they're compiled.
Any other questions?
So will 22 and 23, you didn't mention 22 and 23 as being covered by these other professional services. Are they going to be done in-house, or?
That's when we started using our new OpenGov system and so Jerry has actually already started using the system themselves to build the financial statements, specifically for, say, Fund 28, which started in 22 with the sale of the plant. So yes, we will be in a position to actually provide the information that's needed directly out of our system, as opposed to having to throw a bunch of data at the professionals to compile it for us, like we've had to do in the past.
Any other questions? Mr. Haight, welcome.
Thank you. I just jotted down 4 questions, and they're more about the trees, or more about the forest rather than the trees. And I've handwritten this, and I'll give you a copy, and you can answer at your leisure. Possibly not tonight. My first question is, are there written job descriptions and qualifications for the administrative positions for the city? And then my second question is, how would a taxpayer have access to those? Number 3 is, how does a mayor convey his or her goals and standards to the administrative position holders? Are there monthly, weekly meetings? Are there emails back and forth? How do you maintain a control over what's going on? And my 4th question is, can the mayor add or remove administrative positions to better benefit and provide desired services for the city residents? So I'll leave these with you, and they're just general questions that I have.
Yeah, since the answers are relatively brief, I will give you the answer. Yes, we do have job descriptions, and they're very, very thoroughly done, multiple levels of formats, both narrative and within matrices. Generally, they would be requested, you can be requested through my office. They can be requested through my office. What was next? I know there was,
How do you tell us what you want?
Oh, yeah, so we have weekly meetings every Tuesday morning where we all gather together and.
Those are private?
All of the directors, yes. All of the directors get together so we can kind of cross-pollinate our ideas. And, sometimes, let's say we're having a big event. An event is going to include Public Works, the Fire Department, Econ Dev. It's going to include everybody. So we want to make sure that we take a time, at least a few times a month, preferably weekly, where we all get together and discuss what each department is doing. And then the directors provide a report to me every week. I take that report and then I comment on that report and ask for everybody's input on any questions or problems. Sometimes one of those reports references another department, and that gives me the opportunity to say, hey, what's going on, department? This director over here says that they're waiting for this, and that way we can all try and keep things on track. And finally, yes, I can add, I'm trying to think if by municipal code I can add directors. What I've done recently is the Human Relations Commission. There was some confusion about the Human Relations Commission because the executive director of the Human Relations Commission really reports to the mayor. Isn't necessarily directed on all things, like I don't interfere with cases and things like that. But
of course not.
But they are an employee of the city. And what had happened was because we didn't have a director for an extended period of time, it went back to the actual Human Relations Commission, which was acting as a board of directors overseeing the staff because there was no director. Then when the director came in, they still continued to act in that function, even though that's not the way that it's laid out in statute. Right. So I brought in the HRC director now into our weekly meetings, and that position is considered one of the directors.
Good position.
It's kind of not on the same level as the departments because it is a small group that functions within its own space. As I said, I'm not in there determining whose complaints are proper and who should be investigated and who shouldn't. Nothing like that. Mm-hmm. So it is a little bit different than the other departments. But I think that covers most of what you asked.
I've been around for a while. I don't predate the formation of the city, but been around. When some of those positions that we presently have were actually created.
Yes.
As you are aware, under previous administrations, there were various, and the thing just kind of built. Now, I do have a specific interest, and that is the environmental circumstances. We've just seen what two very devastating weather conditions hit our southern states, and North Carolina especially. We've been very fortunate here in York, but I think that it's a small world after all, and we really should be giving some attention. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the city council voted that we were going to, unanimously, that we were going to address this issue and set a very short 2035 deadline on it. The state presently has, is one of 10 states, I understand, that is going to, in some way, shape, or form, restrict or remove the internal combustion engines from our streets and highways. And one of the things that we can do to encourage that transition is to have the charging stations. And I realize that we've started that process. But I think that we better stop looking at the trees and start looking at the forests. because there's needs for the city that need to be addressed, and there's some departments that maybe aren't totally necessary or perhaps underperforming. So that's
Thank you, Mr. Hake.
that's all my comment. Thank you.
I will certainly say that I have, during the decades prior to me, the mayors, in an effort to reduce the burdens on the taxpayers, really cut our departments heavily. And I can't say that I find any department or any employee in excess of what we need. As a matter of fact, we're functioning very frugally, which is one of the reasons why I have not created an additional position. I was hoping and still hoping that maybe part of that can be incorporated into another position. So I heard your comments and appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on finance? All right, hearing none. Central Services.
Yes, central services. Central services should be pretty quick. Central services, the whole purpose of it is for specific expenses that are associated that can, again, be allocated across the entire city. The expenses that you see in here, the actual staff is the receptionist at the front of City Hall and 2 custodians is what the expense is. And actually, part of each of the part-time emergency management positions in the fire department are also paid out of here. So that's the staffing that's included in here. And the rest of it then are kind of universal, mainly City Hall, but also other departments could use in terms of one place for postage that doesn't have a specific cause. You'll see a couple postages that are associated with the treasurer and his tax billing or environmental services in their newsletter. Other than that, all of the postage that's associated with the meter that's located in the lower level here is there. Same with printing and binding. We do have some merchant bank fees associated with the credit cards that are ran that come out of here. Our telephone and internet service directly comes out of this. Again, this is is under internal services, Fund 70, and the total expense within this department is then spread out amongst those departments that it is associated with. So there are no increases. It's actually, I guess, we reduced our other supplies materials to increase advertising, which is mainly the legal notices that we may need.
Any questions?
Hi, Councilwoman Bupp. So merchant bank fees, we have those where I work, and we charge them back to the customer. Is there any opportunity to charge back those merchant/bank fees, usually like a 3% credit card processing fee? Is there an opportunity to charge that back to whoever is using the credit card? That's the first question. The second question, can you talk again? I don't know if you hit the other professional services, $85,000, consulting fees, attorney fees. If you could talk about what you're going to use that for. Thanks.
We can. It's been tradition that we have been absorbing some of the merchant fees associated with the credit cards originally, and the majority of this is the credit card machines that the treasurer's office uses. As we've been changing our functions in how we use OpenGov and permits and inspection, I will ask that we take a look at this just to see if we still need 60 in that, because we do have other options now. But it has been the tradition that we absorb most of that expense to take it off of the citizens. Can we flip that around? I imagine we can, but at this point, and there's some going forward consideration when we have essentially new options to pay via credit card, that every time that comes through, it's the question, who's absorbing the merchant or not. So that has been something that the city has been taking on in order to help the citizens to not have to add that to the additional cost for paying their parking tickets or going forward, their sewer bills. or
Yeah,
their refuse bills.
it's really a question of convenience and customer service. When we do it this way, it's $1.50 per taxpayer for the entire year, and which isn't it's the easy way to do it. It may not be the democratic way to do it, you would think, or you've incurred the cost, you pay the cost. But for $1.50 a person, it seems like something that we can continue to provide for our businesses and our residents.
And then the other professional services, again, this comes down to if we have the need for a consultant that would essentially universally touch multiple departments. We have been using it recently. There are some lingering expenses associated with the sale of the wastewater treatment plant and the legal counsel, because we're still dealing with some escrow payments or the such that's coming through, and we've been using this line to pay for those expenses, again, with the idea that once the sale happened, that kind of became a universal expense for the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. You raring to go over there, Josh? All right. Information technology.
Yeah, I'll just, Josh Houston is our Deputy Business Administrator for IT, Information Technology. He definitely, this is one thing where he knows this budget better than I do. So Josh, let us know the highs and the lows of this budget for you next year. Make sure your dot's red. Do you have a mic? You need to share. Yeah, I have to, well, he's not in here a lot.
So really, the biggest adjustment that you'll see is under other professional services. Oh, I'm drawing. No, I'm not. Under other professional services, that's because we initiated a redundancy wireless project for last year that's actually carried on into this year. And we anticipate, due to the roof being replaced, needing to finish it in 2025. Normally that number isn't as high. I usually keep around, I usually try to request for about $5,000 in there as just in case purposes, if an emergency comes up or anything needs to be addressed immediately and we're otherwise occupied. Other than that, we basically just kept the line as much as we could compared to last year.
So I see a reduction in the part-time employee. Did that not, I know you were shooting for a part-time assistant. Did that not work out? Is that?
It's actually been difficult for us to, it's historically difficult for us to actually fill a part-time position in IT. Most of the time we're getting students that are coming out, and we are asking for an entry-level position, but at that point people are looking for more full-time work. We did offer the position to 2 people, but then they backed out at the last minute, finding a position elsewhere and closer to home that offered full-time. So yes, we are struggling to actually fill that position at the moment.
So struggling so much you want to give up?
No, no, we're not giving up on
Well,
it.
if you're not giving up, you shouldn't take it out of the budget.
Actually,
Well, that would be my error in terms of missing that it was a vacant position from the '24 budget that had to be included in our workforce plan.
Okay.
So I can add that
should we
back in.
Put that back in there? You want to keep trying?
yes, please.
Okay, let's put that back in there. I know you wanted full-time, and I know I'm hamstringing you a little bit, like,
That's all right.
by not making it a full-time position, but we just can't burden the taxpayers with another, full-time position down there. So I'm happy to keep the part-time money in there if you want to keep trying.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes, please.
My other question is NeoGov. Where are we with NeoGov? What's it being used for?
NeoGov is what's used for our applicant tracking, like for if applying for jobs
Yeah.
in the city of York. It is used for that. So that's how HR keeps track of all of our job postings and our applications. It is also used for our onboarding. There's actually a module for that where our new hires can log in and start filling all their paperwork. And actually, I think that expense now may also have the police's scheduling system is through NeoGov. I'm not sure if that's the line or if that's a separate line for it, but that's what we use NeoGov for.
Okay, so it does still have well, wasn't there some hope that that was going to be used for some other things too?
We do have a module for forms and workflows. So we do want to start using that so that when it comes from not just even like our personnel requisitions that we send out as like an email and ask for the approvals to come through, but even when we'd like to add anything that we'd have a form to. We're in IT. Okay, here's the form from the department saying that we're bringing a new person in. They need this supplies, this program's added. And instead of sending emails, there'd actually be a workflow where it would go to this person and they can say, yep, I did this. And it would go to the next person. So there's more bang we can get out of a buck for that one. We just have to take the time to see how it could be beneficial to us across the board. Oh, and NeoGov is where the new performance evaluation system is as well.
That you were going to be implementing?
That police just started. Mm-hmm.
All right, very good. I don't have any other questions. Team?
No
Any questions? Council, elected officials? Anyone else? Any questions on IT? Oh, Councilwoman?
Hi, Councilwoman Bupp. So we've got $12,500 in the 46120 data processing equipment, ink and toner supplies for network copiers. And then on the previous page, we have copier and fax supplies, citywide copier supplies and repairs. So is that an overlap or maybe it's not? And just
No, the copier fax supplies in central services is used for paper, is the majority of what that's for. And then in the IT budget is that we actually have a contract for our network printers. And that is a small budget for them to regularly supply us with the inks and toners needed to keep them going.
Any other questions? All right, are we ready for parking?
Yeah, we got parking.
Thank you, Josh.
And then we have Cottrell Barnes, who is our parking bureau manager here. And once again, this is his baby. So what you got, Cottrell?
All right, so what you'll see initially with the budget is that we've reduced our line items quite a bit. So before, our line items were split amongst all three garages, the parking meters, parking lots, and parking enforcement. You will begin to see that a lot of that has been condensed. We are now combining all of our parking garages, all of our parking lots, meters are all included, so it's all under one call center, and it's not split out amongst everything else because we don't need to do that anymore as the transition of the system was completed in 2021. So it's now all one system, we're all together, we don't have to consider everything as a separate anymore, we're considering it as an entire parking system now. So the adjustments you're going to see are just basically line items being moved, those items being combined. It was the aggregate total of what all of the different things were, but since we don't have to split them out anymore, they're all going to be combined into the singular line item. The biggest change on the revenue side, which I know no one's really going to like me for, but we are requesting a change to both the on-street meter rates and to the off-street parking rates for the garages. What we're proposing is to flip our rates. Right now, they're out of balance per best practices within parking. Your meter rates should be higher than your off-street rates for your garages. So we're proposing to flip that and make our meter rates higher than what our garages are. What I am looking at is an on-street rate of $2.50 per hour, which would be $6 per quarter. But then flattening the garage rates to $1.50 an hour, because right now it's a bit confusing. They jump kind of all over the place after the first 2 hours. So we want to flatten that out to make it easier for the customers, but then also give us the ability to, you make your on-street rates. That's your prime real estate right there. Anything long-term parking wise should be in the garages, in the parking lots. And it also has other effects as well, so that way you don't drive around looking for a parking spot on street because, it's cheaper to park on street. You want to force people to the garage. So that's what we're looking to do on the on-street meter rate side and for the garages. We are also increasing hours of operation for the parking garages as of January. So we will be operating 24 hours in that regard, and we will also be looking to increase the hours of parking enforcement later into the evening from what it is now at 6:30. So there's a number of changes when it comes to the revenue side that we're looking at. The expense side, there really isn't much of a change. We did combine our other contractual services. That's basically just an aggregate of all the different things that we have to do with our subscriptions for our parking enforcement software, for other contractual services that we're going to have throughout the year. But nothing has really changed. So we still use Hatfield Elevator, PSX, all of the different things that are listed there. We're just combining them into one line item now instead of having it split out amongst the different facilities.
Just to share in terms of the proposed changes, the increase in the salaries that you see is a new full-time second shift.
Forgot about that.
Essentially supervisor. That again, with the changes that we're making, there's additional revenue that's coming in with the changes of having the garages open, and we needed to bring somebody in that could assist with overseeing the garage facilities during those time periods, and then also as we extend the parking enforcement hours, that they've got somebody on site that they can connect with.
So Cottrell, I think we're on the same page on a few of these things, but not entirely. So first thing I want to understand, and let me start with what we're agreeing on. Mm-hmm. We are going to be taking the parking garages to 24 hours. That doesn't mean that there are going to be hourly rates during the nighttime. It would be a single rate for the overnight parking or for the parking to come downtown shopping, going to restaurants and things like that. It'll be somewhere between $2 and $3. Right. We hadn't determined that final number yet, I don't think. No. And the main reason for this is not necessarily, part of it is, parking garages are a business. We have to maintain them, but we only have to come out close to even. We're not trying to make money here, but it costs money to maintain parking garages. And, we don't want to go the route of selling our parking system, because then you end up with a situation where people are charging $6 an hour, $10 an hour. We don't want to see anything like that happen here in York. So we want to keep it internal, but we also have to make sure that we are making enough money to do the repairs, to keep the elevators going. Elevators are very expensive in parking garages, we've found out, and not as resistant to water as we would like.
Water temperature,
anything. Yeah. So we are spending money to make sure that these parking facilities are provided for the residents, for the guests, and for the businesses of the city. One thing that we have been seeing is that some folks park in the parking garages in the morning, and then they wait until we're not charging anymore to leave. So they are stealing from the city of York. They are coming in and hanging out until the gate comes up, and then they leave, and they pay us absolutely nothing, and they do it day after day after day. That is unfair, and that practice is going to stop. So that is something we completely agree on here. We also agree that meters should be directing people. Meters are for very, very short term. That is what a meter is for. Everybody else should be parking in parking garages. Unless there is some kind of disability or something like that, people should be parking in parking garages. If you go over to Lancaster, it's like $2 or even $1.
Well, yeah, for the garages, they $2 for the first hour, $2 for the second hour, then $1.
Then $1 an hour after that. It makes sense. It pushes you towards being in the parking garage. So before we agree on these increases in changes in different rates, is see how our income increases in January when we, and we can talk more about this, but these are my preliminary thoughts.
Yeah.
You know, that we see what our revenue starts looking like once we close that loophole. And once we start making money, then see what else we can do. Because there's a possibility that we can reduce some rates and not necessarily increase so much in other places. Let's evaluate it. Again, conceptually, we're on the same page, but I want to see the numbers before I create any potential disincentive, because that is what we have here. As we know, most malls and shopping centers and things like that took away our retail business in the 60s, 70s, 80s, that whole concept is kind of dying off. But we still don't want to have parking be a disincentive to having businesses, restaurants, here in the city. So we're trying very hard to find the place where parking is neutral as far as money, because we don't need to make money off of it. It's a service that we need to provide to the community. So how do we do that at a way where the parking garages aren't falling down?
Mayor, I do want to say one thing.
Yes, please.
So how I look at it, and what I've talked to with the consultants, and, I've consulted with Larry Cohen from the Lancaster Parking Authority. The one thing that we looked at initially when we had the study from Desmond, so that was back in 2017. We had talked about making the 2-hour point where we should look at. And at that time, it made sense. 2 hours, making it the same on street as it was off street, with the difference being the potential for you to get a parking ticket for not paying your meter.
Right.
But over time, what happened is, since we have now started using the Park Mobile app, people are able to park longer on street. So now what you're seeing is they'll pay for their parking for 2 hours, but then allow the session to expire and then rerun it for another 2 hours. So now we have to look at it at a 4-hour period. And what he was looking at when he gave me his report was that over a 4-hour period, your off-street rates are significantly higher than what your on-street rates are. And that's the part that needs to be flipped. So even though and I will certainly look at what the revenue looks like, I think we really have to take it into consideration that it may not change for the first couple of months because of how people still utilize the Park Mobile app and how long they can park downtown. So we may not see a change. I'll certainly look at that, but just behavior-wise, it ends up being a little bit more important, just to kind of reprogram and educate people and tell people, like, hey, we need it to be the other way for you to be able to park because of all the different concerns that we have as far as off-street and on-street parking. So,
Well, the one thing, we are trying greatly to increase our retail area. So you can call different cities comparables, but they're not really comparables until you really dig down to see what is the retail area. We have like 2 square blocks of retail area. When you add up everything together. As opposed to some of these other cities that may charge more. So I don't want to be putting a disincentive out there too quickly by raising rates. That's why I was saying if we can wait to see what revenue we bring in, then we can determine, are there places where we can shift it without increasing that much.
no, I understand where you're at. I think it's a little bit broader, but I totally understand where you're at.
Well, we'll have a little time to talk about it still.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions on parking?
No.
Elected officials, yes, please. Oh, I did have the 7:58.
Hi, Betsy Buckingham, City Council. I just didn't catch the increase for the on-street parking.
What I was proposing was an increase from $1.50 per hour to $2.50 per hour.
Okay, thanks.
And that reminded me, I'm sorry, what was the extended hour enforcement? What was that?
So right now, we're enforcing up until 6:30 PM. Our staff can.
You mean at the parking garages?
No, that's everywhere. That's.
But meters don't run until 6:30. Meters only run
They
until
operate till
5.
5. We enforce complaints and everything else throughout the city until 6:30, until it gets passed up to YCPD. But we are looking to kind of fill that void because we know the number of things that the police have.
So we are getting complaints, but they're being directed to police.
They'll get called into 911. 911 will dispatch a parking enforcement officer up until 6:30. After that point, then.
Can you get me some numbers on that so that I can understand? Because obviously we do not want if we don't have to, we don't want our police being bothered with people blocking somebody's driveway or something like that. They've got more important things to do.
Right.
But I also want to understand financially how often is that happening, that it inconveniences a police officer, and that could be remedied by paying parking enforcement officers later.
Yeah, and what happens more times than not, especially in the evening and on the weekends, is that because of the number of calls that may come in, if it goes to York City PD, they can't get to it within 2-3 hours sometimes. So, if you want after hours, just let me know.
Yeah, just can you give me some numbers?
Yeah, I'll see.
Like, even if it's over the next month, just keep a little bit better track, or maybe you're already keeping track of all of it. But just so that I know, are we bringing somebody in for 2 calls a night? Or are we bringing somebody in for 10 calls a night? It's something that lets us know a little bit.
It wouldn't be anybody new. It'd be an extension of what we already have budgeted.
Yeah, just to clarify is that they adjust the schedule
Yeah, so we can.
of their parking enforcement officers to accommodate that time. So there's no additional cost. It's just the way that person is working a schedule that starts later so they can stay later, and then they rotate that out as well.
Just to follow up, aren't our daytime people, though, they're not sitting around at any time, right? They've got work to do.
No,
So
they're
if
doing
you're-
that during the day.
So if you're starting now to shift some of them to the night, then there's work that they should be doing during the day that might not be getting done. So we've got to look at income there and determine if these are additional positions or,
Yeah, it's not anything additional than what we already have. What I'm looking at is the number of things that we already have to cover, and then filling that void that we have in the evening, because PD gets so many calls that they can't always cover everything.
well, and I understand that, but I'm also concerned that if we're taking people that are already working during the day and getting work done during the day, and we're just saying we're going to reduce the amount of people that are available to get that work done, then what's happening during the day? Are there people, not getting tickets? Are there people that are parking in the wrong areas and we're not aware of? So,
No, we can
again,
talk about
yep.
that further, yeah. Yep.
It's a bigger conversation.
Yep.
Appreciate it, though. I did have a final question. So it was the 758,000, that is the general total.
So,
Is that currently a surplus that's going into our capital projects fund? Or what is that?
It's
Or
just
is
a
that?
surplus to the general fund at the moment.
Okay.
yeah.
And are we,
Again,
do we have a, or are we considering that a capital project? So it's just going into Fund 10. It's not going into anything reserved for,
No.
The way this is set up at the moment, it is not. And then, of course, that's also based on the increased revenue amounts. So if we adjust the revenue amounts, then that amount will shrink. If you reduce the increases that were proposed by Cottrell for the revenue, then there will be less of a surplus. But at the moment, it is not specifically transferred over to Fund 50 for capital, though there are amounts and projects that are included in the revenue from in the expenses of Fund 10 that are it to fund capital projects. So that's actually taken care of.
When we took over the parking system, it was a goal to have a capital line item. I believe it was $300,000 a year at that time that we had talked about putting aside every year, so that we do not, again, this entire thing should be relatively revenue neutral. You know, the city doesn't need to make money off of parking. The city needs to provide the best parking facilities we can. So I don't want to see too much of this be shifting into 10 and then forgetting that it is parking. So it doesn't have to be done now, but I would, since you say that these numbers are based on projections, could I hopefully, maybe before council votes on the budget, find out at least a year-to-date what we're looking at currently as far as expenses versus revenue?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll make sure you have them before we have the proposed budget.
Good. Well, closer to the closer to the actual, just closer to December, the more accurate the information is going to be, so.
Mike Buckingham, York City Controller. Quick question on 43150 interfund transfer, 945,000. That's not a transfer to a reserve, is it? Is that for an actual
No,
capital
that's
project?
for capital projects, yeah.
Can you give us a brief outline of what that?
So capital projects, so this year coming up, there are some repairs and upgrades that need to be made to the Market Street Garage. Some items that we're looking at for security due to some events that occurred earlier this year. So we're looking to make a couple security upgrades in addition to operating 24 hours. I have a quote in place for Market Street Garage, $430,000 for some repairs that need to be done for some structural concrete work and other items that need to be completed just in Market Street. But all three garages need some sort of attention. It's just Market Street needs the bulk of it. It's not something that all has to be done at one time, but some of the things are significant enough that we want to try to take care of it as soon as possible. So that's the bulk of that $970-something thousand that's in there. Is for Market Street, but then a lot of the other stuff is for like security upgrades and things that need to be done at the garage. Yep.
Anyone else? Parking? Okay, thank you very much, Cottrell.
Now, we will be skipping to page 75 for the beginning of Public Works. Thank you, guys. Now run away.
Are they ready?
I said there's the dream team
Yeah.
for Public
Are
Works.
they ready?
And my response was, it's the Wizard of Oz.
It does kind of like
Got
look
the
Dorothy
Dorothy.
and, yeah.
You know, the lion, Tin Man. Gerb, I guess you're the scarecrow.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Make sure your
I
mic's
am-
on.
Red light?
Yep.
Red light's on. I am India Banks, the Interim Director of Public Works. I have with me here the department team. We're here to present our budget request for 2025. Our mission revolves around providing safe, clean, healthy buildings and infrastructure, as well as programs and services for our residents. Noteworthy successes include the most recently installed cameras in Penn Park for enhanced safety. Renaissance Park is currently undergoing a complete rebuild, which will offer a fresh new play experience for the community, and the Memorial Park complex received a state-of-the-art lighting upgrade. To ensure our buildings are safe for all who enter, we have replaced the roof at the Eagle Fire Station, and now in progress, as we all hear throughout the day, the new roof at City Hall. Our infrastructure was also improved with repairs to the Atlantic and Pacific Avenue bridges, and paving projects have been completed across the city. We are working to build relationships and collaborating with residents, community partners, and organizations to find unique ideas for recreational activities and to keep our residents informed about the importance of recycling and stormwater management. So throughout the budget, we have relocated some line items, which you'll hear about. This will help us with accountability and to simply help us make sense of some line items. You'll also hear that we do have a plan to actively seek funding through sponsorship, grants, and in-kind donations to help bridge the revenue gap in our recreation budget. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Budget Team, and we are ready.
Great, thank you. Well, I wanted to make an announcement because I see the first thing at the top is 1601 Tornita Street. And while this is not in the budget yet, council, this will be included in the budget that is going to be provided to you. We are about to sign a contract for this building that we inherited during the sale of the wastewater treatment plant. But we also, with many gifts, come costs. And so we inherited a building that will provide, let me think how much that was. It was 1.7 in 7 years, so 7 times 4. It will provide probably over $6 million worth of revenue over the next 30 years by renting it to another distribution facility, as is in there now. However, to get it up and going, we're going to have to make an investment, and that investment is about between 1.7 and 1.8 million dollars. So essentially, we are outfitting the facility so that it is prepared for this company to come in. For the first 7 years, we pay out the 1.7 up front. That does not come out of, so that comes out of money that we inherited from the sewer authority that was not part of the sale of the wastewater treatment plant. So the sewer authority had accounts that included approximately 3 million.
6.3.
Oh, 6.3, diggity, more than I thought. So along with inheriting the building and the encumbrance of having to pay to improve the building, we inherited $6.3 million in revenue. So we are going to take that money out of that revenue, again, not wastewater treatment plant money, or not sale money, but money that came with it. We are going to invest the $1.7 million. That $1.7 million will be paid back to us through the rents of the first 7 years. And then for the next 23 years after that, we will be receiving income at virtually no expense to us. So it's a new source of income for the city. It was a source of income for the sewer authority. So again, we've inherited both the revenue and the requirements to maintain that facility. The reason it's not in the budget is because we've only really come to agreement on the lease. We're in the last tiny bit of language right now. So as soon as that is all completed, you will have it in the budget that is provided to council. Do you have questions on that? Okay. All right, great. And India, please continue with, you can limit your explanations to any kind of major changes that we're seeing in here.
Okay. So we're going to start with 420, Kim? Is that?
Yes, so page 75.
The only thing I'd like to point out here is that the utilities, we removed all the utilities to put them back with the departments so that they can manage their accounts. Laundry cleaning, we pulled all of the laundry services from our department, from the bureaus, and moved everything to Public Works. And then the other item that I'd like to point out is our architect engineering services. We increased that because we are embarking on the Beaver Street Bridge. Is that correct, Pete?
Yes.
The Beaver Street Bridge, and that's going to incur a lot of professional services with our consultants. So that is the only thing I'd like to bring to your attention for that budget.
So how far does that go?
That will go on to page 76. The next thing on there would be the interfund transfer to cover the capital lease. So that's the slight increase to the 64,223. And specifically, what item is that the lease for? I know you usually have.
What was it, Kim?
What was it, Kev?
It's on page 76. It's the one capital vehicle lease for highway where money comes out of 420 in Fund 10 to go to pay for a lease out of highway. It's the 64,000.
Would have been one of the dump trucks.
Trucks?
So that's the lease payment that's owed for the dump truck?
Yeah.
Okay. And then that leads us into the cost center 3996 for stormwater, MS4 stormwater. The one thing of note is that it has recently been decided to move stormwater out of 420 and move it into 421. So the proposed budget will show that change, but it's still Fund 10. So, but Latisse Brown, our MS4 stormwater coordinator. What's happening in your budget? Anything special?
Not really. I have a simple budget, and excuse my voice, I'm battling a sinus infection. I'm not contagious, I swear. We have everything, the allocations there. Travel is just basically going to conferences, making sure I'm keeping up on stormwater things that are happening relatively rapidly. Every year, things are changing. Association dues and conferences. Those are several of the conferences that I like to attend each year. One is a water conference and one is a floodplain manager conference. Again, just to make sure I'm up to date on things that are changing. Membership fees and dues to associations that I am an associate of. Other contractual services. Phase 1 of a 5-year plan for televising all of our stormwater pipes. We really want to get that going to make sure that our lines are open and clear to ensure that the city does not encounter any flooding.
Latisse, real quick, because it confuses me every time you say it. Televising doesn't mean that we are putting it on WRC TV.
No.
It means we actually have a camera system going to mark and find our pipes, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it's like a little camera that goes down through the pipes, so we can kind of
Live tonight.
see what's going on, if there's any breakages or clogs that we can clean out. Yes.
So that's a pretty substantial figure. You're saying this is year 1 of 5 years. This is a $200,000 project. Where's the funding coming for this?
Some of it is coming from. I'm trying to think. What did we say that was from?
We were going to try and do some out of liquid fuels if we can do the funding out of liquid fuels, because it's highway related project.
This seems like something that could be out of like the state revolving fund or something like that.
Yeah, if we could. So we have to check on if we can utilize that fund also.
Yeah, I'm not very, because currently you have it coming out of Fund 10, right?
Yes, and didn't you get a grant to start the process? Or am I confusing that with one of your other projects?
That's another project.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's another project. We're going to look at a grant. I just got updated grant things today. So I want to see if there are grants available for that, because I know there are stormwater grants available. Just don't know if we can use it for the piping.
And And is this something we want to do internally, or is this part of the MS4 process?
Well, I think we're going to contract to USG.
No, that's not what I asked.
No.
Is this a requirement from the federal government that we do this?
Yes, to maintain our stormwater system, yes.
This specific thing, to
Televising,
the storm, that is part of the new MS4 requirements? Is that what you're telling me?
not part of the new MS4 requirement. It's a requirement for us to keep our infrastructure moving, if that makes sense.
The other thing it's going to do, Mayor, is give, I'm sorry, Leticia.
No, you're fine.
It's going to give us an accurate map.
Yeah, I know all the benefits of it. What I'm trying to figure out is who's requiring it and why are the taxpayers paying for it?
Yeah, nobody's actually requiring it, but we can't maintain it because we don't know how the actual, what's the word, the actual infrastructure conditions. Yeah, sorry, I was drawing a blank. We just don't know what it looks like. So we're getting, currently, we have failure in gas.
Mason.
In Mason.
Right, sure.
It's gonna cost us $100,000 to repair because we had no clue for years that it's been failing. So if we do this, we'll spend, yes, we're gonna spend several $100,000 to get that, but we'll know where we need to go to do the repairs ahead of time to hopefully avoid $100,000 repair.
Being proactive instead of reactive.
Well, it'll also be proactive as far as repairing the infrastructure of the storm pipe, but what also we incur cost on the repair of the roadbed, neighboring properties, whatever that sink, because what ends up happening is we have sinkholes. And when we battle sinkholes annually, easily a dozen or more a year.
Yeah.
The majority of them are from broken storm pipes, in my experience. So that, we're trying to head some of that off.
Okay. Well, can I request that you do make a very, very strong effort, because I feel like there are between flood prevention programs that are out there and the state water revolving fund, there should be some way to divert some of these expenses away from Fund 10, away from the tax.
Sure. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep. Writing it down.
And then my other question was, what are we paying the Rotary Club of York?
So that's an association that I am affiliated with. I'm a Rotary member. So that
We don't pay your Rotary membership, I'm sorry.
but I'm representing the city though.
But you didn't ask the city if we wanted you to represent us.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like, we don't pay that kind of thing. I mean,
Okay, that's fine.
I've never.
There's reasons money has left the city to go to the Rotary. I don't know of anyone else that specifically may have a membership. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
But I mean, as a city, we don't pay memberships for people to be part of clubs. Like if it is an association, like you have other things on here that are associations, that makes absolutely sense. These are professional associations.
Correct.
But we have not paid for people to be part of clubs. So I'm going to be removing that one.
And just to clarify, it does look like the system was half removed her and half didn't remove her from this budget. So when you see that all the allocations are slightly odd, that will be corrected when we officially shift it over. Yeah, because it's like, oh, you have no O&E allocations here. And the first thing that caught my attention was that there was no showed increase for the cost of living adjustment. And so I went in, and that's actually like just working off the flat dollar. It's not working off of my workforce plan. So I think I have her in the workforce plan under highway, but I don't actually have it set up in highway for those numbers to pull through. So so that'll be corrected. So yeah, don't be concerned about the reduction in the allocations. That'll all be adjusted and shifted over to 421.
Okay.
Team, any other questions?
No.
Questions?
No?
Elected officials? Questions?
Hi, Councilwoman Bupp. Could you explain, I mean, you have MS4 stormwater in this 396. What is the benefit of consolidating it as opposed to leaving it in its own separate grouping?
We've had a separate cost center for the MS4 stormwater expenses for the last several years. All we're doing is shifting it from the 420 Public Works basic administrative budget into highway because it more closely actually works with and deals with the same streets and highway work that Keith does with his team. So we're just shifting, and actually she's going to be reporting under Keith. We're shifting the whole responsibility. So having the separate cost center, I think, is beneficial because in this we see exactly the cost associated with the program as opposed to if she was just part of the 000 none cost center for Public Works or for highway.
So you don't lose the visibility?
Correct. We're just shifting, yep, what page she's on.
Any other questions? Stormwater? Thank you.
Just skipping ahead then, page 77, that's where you're going to start seeing that all the utilities were removed from this. It was noted that if you're paying really close attention and you want a sticker, that some of the descriptions do not match up with the actual expense. It might say electric over here and it says water. I've already corrected that in the proposed budget, so please disregard that. I think that was a process of the finance team working really hard to make sure they removed all of them from this budget and moved them where they were supposed to, that they may not have put the correct detail over on the description. And then moving on to page 78, the same thing. The top of that is, again, specifically, actually, page 77 will conclude general fund for 420. And then move on to 78 is recreation. So to make sure that the utility cost associated with recreation was actually going into the recreation fund, there was a section in 420's budget, which will not be needed in the future because now that's actually showing in the 425 recreation fund budget. So after that, we lead into the Fund 29 ARPA projects for Public Works as a whole. This one is specifically the Princess Street, the money that was associated with the Princess Street Center.
It was the top one, Sylvia Newcomb?
And
no, because that was out of the police budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, police had Sylvia Newcomb.
What's the other?
No, Sylvia Newcomb's actually in Economic Community Development's one. Let me double check. Oh, because I tried to be slick and combine them. What is it? I'm sorry?
The parks? No.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's the Market Street Bridge money. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So the 796.60 is the Market Street Bridge, and then the 350 is going towards the Princess Street.
Good.
After that, we lead into the Capital Projects Fund, which it looks like the only change here specifically is the increase in that vehicle payment that was noted earlier. And then also we do have a couple specific projects like the George Street paving project that is ongoing, that there's a reduction in the cost for what's needed to finish it out. And then the PennDOT automated red light project. And these are the projects that are actually funded through PennDOT. So you'll see a revenue coming in to reimburse us for our expenses. So those are just updated according to where they are at the project and what they anticipate using for next year.
All right, looks good. I have no questions other than, Dave, can you give us an update on Philly and Penn and Roosevelt? We take this opportunity.
Yeah. Philly, Penn, and Roosevelt's getting will, when the project's finished, have a great update. It'll be a 3-phase intersection, so all phases will move independently, so we won't have the stacking left turn to come off of Penn Street to turn left to go west onto Philly. Roosevelt Avenue will have its own phase to go south onto Penn. So traffic should flow real well once it's done. The contractor had a misstep in his queuing and didn't get the traffic control cabinet replaced in time to do all of the swap at one time. I talked to them yesterday, and the cabinet should be in Friday with hope of installation Monday or Tuesday of next week. So I would think if they get it in Monday or Tuesday of next week, the intersection should make a switch Wednesday to the new traffic pattern. And then there'll be some curb work with a handicap ramp and some bollards installed at the Roosevelt Tavern.
Great. So thank you. This is something I've been trying to get done for almost 10 years now, so that we will eliminate accidents, recurring over and over again accidents that have been going on for 40 years since they switched it.
Yep, absolutely.
So it's a major fix, but during the major fix, there was a fairly major blunder by the contractor by changing the lines and things before they actually were prepared to change the signal light. So we appreciate everybody's patience and promise that that entire section of the city, it's a new day as soon as this project is completed, because I think probably everyone has had their experiences of not knowing exactly what was going to happen, whether the person on the right knew that they weren't supposed to take a left onto Roosevelt, or whether the person wanted to go straight, or, it's just been a mess forever. And so I'm very excited that we're finally getting this done, even if it's got a couple hiccups at the end.
Yeah, it definitely got hiccups, but it'll be great once it's done. Along with that same project, if you don't mind, sir, we'll have the flashing RRFB at the rail trail crossing on Market Street at Pershing. And also, during that same project, we'll have one installed at what I always affectionately term Five Corners at Prospect, Edgar, and Broad. So there'll be a crossing there, so it should make it extremely better for the students to cross over to
Wonderful.
The middle schools.
Thank you. And where are you putting the other one?
Broad, Edgar, and Prospect. And
No, the first one.
Oh, the first one, I'm sorry, at the rail trail crossing.
Rail trail at Market.
Yes, okay. Yes.
Very good.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions for for capital projects?
And for
And for-
420 Public Works Administration.
Question? Yes. Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Bupp, just briefly, I wanted to, the traffic committee is great, and I got to go to a meeting or two, and I wanted to suggest, and I have suggested, I think that Pershing and Philadelphia Street, just like Market and the rail trail. So you're going to do something to highlight Market Street and the rail trail. I had some resident feedback that the rail trail where it crosses Philadelphia is a potential problem because of the buses, right? A bus will stop and people will cross Philadelphia not realizing that the bus is stopped for a person, not for a red light. And
Well, they're stopped for the railroad tracks.
if you stop for the railroad tracks.
Even though
well-
it's green, they still have to stop for the railroad tracks, yes.
Exactly. And so the bus stops and bikers might not realize that the bus is stopping for the railroad tracks. And this resident said he's noticed some bicyclers almost get hit. So,
I have that one on the list to try and get in the next round of Orly.
Okay. Well, we'll also have to look at that because of the reconfiguration of the rail trail that is going to be coming. So we're not going to install some lights, and then 2 years later, the lights aren't good anymore.
Exactly.
So we're going to have to take a close look, and we do have a meeting coming up about the creek and rail trail projects that YCEA and Buchard Horn are working on. So we will look into it at that time. Any other questions? Capital projects, recreation. All right,
Moving to highway?
moving to highway.
Okay. So for the most part, we towed the line again with our highway budget. What we did is we did some reductions in some of our accounts to make up for some of the increases that we were asking for. You will notice in other contractual services, I am asking for an increase there of 5%. Essentially, that is just for construction, the price of materials going up, the increases in services, just to kind of try to stay current with the pricing that we're starting to see with contractors, that things are just getting more and more expensive for us when we use outside help. I did ask for an additional $1,440 to start. We need to start to purchase more delineators to maintain the two-way cycle track. As you guys all noticed, they just get run over. We try to reinstall them as much as possible. After a while, they're just not installed.
I don't see that big of a problem in some of the other cities that I've been to. Are we not using quality materials there? Or, because I'm sure they get hit in other cities too.
No, they're bolted down, especially on that set stretch of road. They're bolted down. They're put down as best as can be. We're using the same delineators everybody else is. I really don't have a great answer for you as to why they're getting run over all the time. But they are. They're being knocked off continuously. And we have to start to try to have some type of plan. We cannot afford to go out there and reinstall every one. So I'm going to try to do a little bit every year, was my hope. But yeah, it's just I guess we just have to get used to driving around them. It's a lot. I think it's a lot of the larger trucks that are hitting them, buses, tractor trailers. Yeah. So, so that's pretty much most of the asks there in highway.
What is the, let's see, what am I looking at? 43,150 interfund transfer increasing 200,000. Transfer to Fund 50.
That's for a new bridge project for next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
$400,000 of the
And
project.
where's it coming from?
$400,000 of the project is going to be paid for by liquid fuels, and the estimated for the, Keith, if I remember correctly, is $600,000.
Yes.
And there has to be $200,000 then will have to come from Fund 10.
All right, and then what is the 87 for? The other amount that's already existing there?
What number is that there?
That's for your
43,150.
leases for the equipment.
That's a dead number that's just in there. That was money that I had saved from after the sale of the wastewater treatment plant. We had sold a few pieces of equipment. I'd saved that money to help with purchasing other equipment, and that 87,000 we used this past year.
Yeah, it needs
So it needs to
removed.
be removed.
Okay, yeah.
Needs to be
That's what I thought.
Yep.
So 43,150 should just be a flat 200,000.
Yes, yep.
I don't have any other questions, budget team? You guys got
No.
that right?
Yep.
Elected officials, any questions? Everybody else, questions? All right, let's keep rolling. And we'll take a brief break after this. Very brief. We want to get through it.
That's gotten through highway, and then we're in 422 for building and electrical.
Yep.
Kim, you want to do fleet? You're going to skip right through, you're going to go in order?
Let's just keep going in order. Let's not
Okay,
confuse things. Yep.
that's fine. All right, yeah, 422 would be mine, David Rudolph, Electrical Bureau Superintendent. Budget this year is pretty simple, you saw that the utilities came in from Public Works Administration. The biggest add in ours is building repair service. So I added $150,000 in building repair service to remove the concrete railings at the comfort station, and make that a smooth, uniform surface. It won't cover the updated underneath sidewalk that we had discussed. It's going to just get the railings removed, and we have to try and figure out how to give us a substantial repair on the sidewalk itself, the underpinning.
Can you get me a breakdown, and I think you may have, but can I get it again, of the difference of what is for the removal of the railings and then what is for the infill, the kind of the flattening of it? Because I still feel like that number is really high. Like if 130 of it is for the infilling and the engineering and everything, that I would understand.
Yeah.
But just the removal of those balusters, I'm having a hard time.
No, I think from what I remember from the quotes that we had received, I'm going to say $60,000 of it is safety and security of the site because of where it's located. So they're putting in not just like a snow fence, they're putting up an actual barrier because they don't want anybody there with their heavy equipment. Now, what also, I had talked to the contractor a couple weeks ago to look at that number, and since we had found out that, hey, we shouldn't have anything other than a pickup truck here, they're relooking at the whole job altogether.
Yeah.
Because they feel safe putting their equipment there to do it.
Yeah, it might be more important to stabilize that than it is for the aesthetic stuff that we've been talking about.
I wanted to discuss that with you too.
So
we've had that amongst ourselves, because it's.
Can we see?
We notoriously park there when we're working downtown.
Can we see if we can get some numbers to put into the final proposed budget? I'm leaning more that way.
Okay.
Because that's a public safety issue. The other one is more of an aesthetic issue.
Absolutely, yep. Hang on. The only other one, big number that was added in that building repair was $80,000 to replace the courtyard bricks out front. So that's a complete tear up, tear down. We were going to do it last year. We didn't do it because we approved the roof, and I knew they'd have a ton of equipment out there, and I didn't want all the heavy equipment on fresh brick. So we moved it over to this year. And if you go through that courtyard, you'll see that it's in pretty bad shape. It's all soft set brick and sand, and that sand is missing everywhere. So the new proposal would be to put in hard set brick with concrete base. Should outlast any of us then. But the steps right now, I noticed yesterday, the front steps where the gates are crumbling. You can pull those bricks right out.
Yeah.
Next.
Even though I hate to spend the money, it's cheaper than one single lawsuit.
Well, and yeah, absolutely.
That's got to be fixed.
Yeah, I never want to say that, but you're exactly right. That's the only other thing super noticeable is in electrical supplies. I added $175,000 for Musco lighting purchase, so that would match that would be used for a match to the Visitors Bureau to redo another field at the Huffman Complex. We were all just out there. Well, I wasn't. Tom showed you all the lighting that we added at Sertoma, which should beef his field availability up. Currently on field 3, we have 4 of 6 poles that are in terrible shape. I don't really think we should even let them stand into the spring. But we were told, not with 100% guarantee by the Visitors Bureau, but with a high probability that if we purchase the parts as we did in previous years, they will supply the labor, which was roughly $200,000. So we paid $175, they paid $200, and it did a complete lighting of the field. We will save some money because when I had them design the Sertoma field, I had them design that control system to be able to run field 3, which is right next door. So we should come in a little under. I'm just not 100% sure how much yet. The only other thing is capital equipment, and if you look at that, it looks like it went up by $215,000 for trucks. Some of that is carryover because they're not delivered yet. So we did just have approved for a new truck, a couple weeks ago. That truck was already, we're budgeting now, so the 215 is held from one budget to the other. So then we'll budget for the late 2025. We should get one truck in 2024 yet, and then the second truck in 2025. And those trucks are a high end of 40 years old. They won't pass inspection any longer. They'll pass state inspection, but not OSHA inspection.
Well, and that's what I was a little confused about here. What's to replace the 2006?
Yeah, so right now we currently use a 2006 and a 2010. That's our fleet truck. But we have 2 other trucks that we loaned to the other departments. It's a 1988 and a 1986. So when Gerb calls and the sign guys need a truck, I send them that backup truck. If Tom's Forester needs a truck, I send him the 86 or the 88. But those trucks are terrible. You wouldn't want to put anybody up in them anymore. So
We do a lot of forestry.
and the Forester, yeah, so what we're gonna do with what we're pulling out of the fleet, what the 2 that you see us driving now, I'm gonna actually give one of those to Tom, put it in his fleet and let them just maintain it or whatever. It'll be a backup for us if one of ours goes down, but then they can use it constantly.
And Tom, and I know we didn't get there yet, but we are having savings by having our forester in-house, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is supplying the tools that we need to be making the savings.
And one of his main jobs, Tom and I talked about for coming in the spring, is tree trimming on the signal lights. So we haven't done that for quite a few years because we didn't have trucks that we felt comfortable just giving him and letting him have for extended period of time. So if Trace gets this truck in his fleet, he can trim it at whatever matches his schedule instead of what matches my schedule to give him a truck. Sorry, I was long-winded on that one.
No, that was great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still having a little question with this 175,000 for the lighting now, of course.
Yeah.
So where's Parks Conservancy? Where are other potential donors? Where are the users of the softball fields? I know Explore York, that's great. They're supporting our recreation, particularly because these fields bring in people from all over the country.
Right. We can definitely hit the Parks Conservancy. We didn't in the last project, but it's a good ask because it would definitely benefit us.
Did we try them for the last round?
No, because the light package. So the lighting package was part of an overall grant that was received by York County's Visitors Bureau about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And with that, we did a bunch of fencing updates, new dugouts, and then lighting was supposed to be a part of this package. This happened right before COVID. So after COVID and everybody returned back to work, automatically we saw across the board that steel prices tripled in value. So the money that we had set aside with the Visitors Bureau to do new lighting was now not enough money to cover that expense. So we had to wait about another 2 years, to, obviously come up with funding to finish that project. So the Visitors Bureau helped us cross the finish line with that. During our ribbon cutting ceremony, when they came out and they saw the condition of the lights that were on Huffman 3, and David's absolutely correct, they are dangerous.
tied in with the new lighting package on Sertoma with that transfer box, they looked right at me and they said, you need to apply for this grant in January. So we need to come up with some matching funds. We have not yet reached out to the Park Conservancy as of yet. It's definitely not out of the question. It's definitely something that's going to happen. But we wanted to try to secure.
We wanted our match ahead, and then if we could get it reduced by the Park Conservancy or whoever at the time, then we'll be able to lower it. I don't know, I know when I purchased the parts, last time it was 168, so I put in 175 to allow for it. But like I said, in parts, in theory, we should not have to purchase the control cabinet and the electrical upgrade and everything like that. So we should save money. The vendor just couldn't get me that number in time for budget.
I think it's also important to point out with the lighting package that we got on Sertoma, they actually have a security lighting system that occurs on the exterior side of the poles, which face away from the field. And probably the first time in 60 years, we've been able to light parts of the parking lot and the walking path between the two fields that get like Penn State York students from campus through Memorial Park Complex to student housing and apartments that are in the city. It will significantly help the police with hopefully cutting down on some of the extracurricular activities that go out there at night when the lights go off. So there's some safety elements that we really want to try to take into consideration and use the Visitors Bureau to help us with that.
Yep.
I don't have any further questions. Budget team?
No.
Elected officials? Councilwoman?
Councilwoman Bupp, two things. The $80,000 for City Hall courtyard brick repair and replacement. I would ask if we could look into whether stamped concrete if there's a cheaper alternative to $80,000 that might also look the same. That's just an ask, because I know there's stamped concrete in the shape of bricks, and maybe that would. Okay. And the second thing, replace flooring that is damaged and worn out in the police recording room. So that's on page 86. We got $20,000 there. In the police budget on page 111.
Did they budget for it too?
Yep.
They have $7,500 for recording room flooring repair. So one's repair and one's replacement, but maybe you can consolidate that.
Perfect. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't know that they had budgeted, so I budgeted, but did they give you any detail on what's with that
Yes.
floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone else? Any questions on this part of the budget?
All right, then we're moving back to Keith Gerber with 423 and fleet maintenance budget.
Okay. So looking at this budget, again, we made some pretty large reductions in the budget from last year. And we added some, just a couple increases. I think we actually are asking for less this year than we were last year. So in 44200 vehicle repair service, we're asking for $6,150 addition to what we had last year. Again, just an adjustment for inflation on vehicle parts. A lot of these parts are police vehicle parts. And that's all in-house work that we do. I also decreased 4400 $10,000. And I was asking for $7,000 in 45120. And that purchase would be, wait, I think I did that backwards, did I?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it flipped.
Yeah, it's this one right here.
So you were looking for the diagnostic machine, and then that one was to adjust.
Yeah. So the 6100 is going to be for the wheel balancing machine. So we're going to be able to do that in-house. The only thing we really can't do in our fleet department right now is wheel balancing and tire alignments. We are full service garage, so we do all the inspections and missions, and all the rest of the items that you would generally get done at any automotive repair shop. So what I'm really trying to do is to get us a completely full service and do as least amount of business outside of our garage as possible. So this will just be one more tool in our tool shed to kind of just get that going. Actually, again, I apologize because I did make a mistake there. So the vehicle parts and accessories is another 10% adjustment for our mechanic, our part-time mechanic, who started this past year. And I appreciate that. It's not for him, but it's for the extra materials that we're using now to give extra services to our vehicles. We started off with just doing the police vehicles, and we've actually been able to start to do all of our vehicles. It's been a huge help to the department, and we're seeing the repair costs going down on especially the police vehicles. We're catching issues before they become major issues, because we're getting those vehicles back in the garage prior to something drastically bad going down with that. The back on 45170 is where I was asking for the additional money for the wheel balancing machine. I apologize for that because I did not highlight that. That's pretty much everything with that budget.
So mostly you're using diesel vehicles, right? Or is it?
No, most of our vehicles are gasoline vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But all the heavy equipment is diesel, and then all the larger dump trucks.
I just asked because the fire department asked for an increase in their fuel based on diesel prices. So I was curious because I saw that your fuel stayed the same.
Yeah, they don't purchase diesel they don't use our fuel. They purchase their own fuel.
Okay. So we're expecting our prices to stay the same.
For the most part, yes.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Did you find that?
Yeah, I need to add the line item.
Okay, great. All right, so just for council's benefit, there is the part-time position that he mentioned was not included in the fleet budget. So that has got to be, that.
It's in the workforce plan. There just wasn't a line put in to the proposal for fleet, so it would show up.
So we'll be adding that before you get the next.
The FICA includes it, and all the allocations actually account for it. It's just literally the salary associated with that.
Okay, very good. Any other questions on the fleet? Yes, Councilwoman.
Briefly, Councilwoman Bupp, when you update this, can you put a note in about the fleet vehicle leasing? How many vehicles is that per year? $555,000. Just curious how many vehicles that is.
I can definitely get that number. I don't know off the top of my head.
Any other questions? All right, let's hear about environmental services.
As they shift people around, I will point out there's one important change in here that we made. Environmental services traditionally is environmental services involving the refuse and recycling charges and the office staff involved with that. But it also involves part of Tom Landis's sanitation staff that are housed with his park staff. So they kind of commingled before, and this year we specifically added a cost center for sanitation so that we can, again, clearly identify what part of this budget is associated with those operating costs as opposed to the other tasks with the refuse and such. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't see anything abnormal in this budget at all. Is there anything you wanted to highlight?
The only thing, as every year, we really don't have control over is the disposal. that goes up at the incinerator and modern landfill. And this is a year that we are bidding a contract. We just did a bid opening. We haven't been able to explore that yet. So we have for 2025, we'll have 4 months under the old, 8 months under the new.
So this is a pretty big guesstimate right now.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we are at the will of the contractor for our refuse disposal. And so council, this is something that really, we're going to have to come back to you once we have a contract. Other than that, I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Except for thank you. Thank you
You're welcome.
for all of your work.
So I would take that time to thank Casey, who is retiring at the end of the week? End of the month.
3 weeks.
2 weeks. But, yeah, great job.
Thank you. Any questions with sanitation?
Yeah, any
or
questions on that?
anything?
Again, it's so variable. We're putting some numbers in here, but we really don't know what it's going to end up looking like until we have the contract. So let's roll through here. Recreation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council, as well as the budget team. Most of you know my name is Tom Landis, and I'm the Superintendent of City Parks and Sanitation. I have served in this position on and off for 34 years. My maintenance team consists of 13 full-time staff and a part-time administrative assistant. Our primary purpose is to serve the needs of York City residents by providing park facilities that are maintained, clean, and safe. We provide and maintain all the forestry needs within the park system and city-owned properties, as well as provide technical support pertaining to tree care to our residents. The Bureau of Parks and Sanitation is heavily involved in city beautification and works with various groups to achieve beautification goals throughout the city of York. The Parks and Sanitation Bureau is also responsible for the daily maintenance of the downtown area and provides sanitation services pertaining to illegal dumpings, blighted properties, graffiti, and the cleanup of dead animals from public spaces. Thank you for this opportunity this evening to present for what I see to be a well-thought-out budget for 2025. My 2025 budget will continue to allow for day-to-day maintenance that will keep our park system clean and safe, but will also allow for multiple park improvements through grants and community collaborations. In the upcoming year, I have planned for a 10% increase in vehicle maintenance pertaining to parts and servicing done by outside vendors, which Keith Gerber also alluded to with the highway budget. That 10% increase would be reflected in my vehicle parts account 45120 in parks, and then in vehicle repair service accounts 44200. Also in the parks budget, I have increased a couple of my accounts, such as lumber and in our chemical supply account, due to the ability of being able to do more in-house repairs and maintenance that may have been contracted out in the years past. A true compliment to the ability of our full-time maintenance staff. Is there any questions pertaining to my budget before I jump into a couple line items?
Just on that comment, is there a financial savings that you can point to by internalizing those? You know, is there a reduction in the contractual services based on how much is in-house?
Yes, sir. So under the parks account number 20425-442 or 44000, which is other contractual services, we reduced that.
20? What page are you on?
Page 96.
I'm actually not on it.
Right, okay.
98.
Yeah, but what did he say? He said count 20.
No,
He's giving the entire number. It's
Oh.
the other contractual services.
400, other contractual services. We reduced that by 5,000, just because of you had mentioned earlier, Mayor, about our Forester Trace. He comes from being the assistant superintendent for the Harrisburg Golf Club. With that, Trace is very adverse in ground maintenance and ground maintenance care. We plan on taking on this coming year in-house all of the lawn care that we have contracted out in the past for City Hall York City Police Department's campus and Memorial Park complex. In some of my other line items, such as under equipment rental, we've had a slight increase there, but that's for us to be able to rent either equipment or attachments that will allow for us to do maintenance in-house rather than contracting with, say, like a Heritage Lawn and Landscape to come in and do that work. Hence, that's why you don't see the contractual service account going up. In the parks budget under plumbing, which is the 45100, I've increased that line item by $600 just because I'm in need of some new toilets in some of our public restroom facilities in the park system.
5100.
Under the parks account number 45120, which is vehicle parts, I had budgeted $3,500 for a tiller attachment that can be used on our Kubota tractor. You heard Dave allude to replacing the sidewalks here in the courtyard here at City Hall. The landscaping around City Hall is extremely outdated. Flower beds that might have been maybe 5 feet wide are now 12 feet wide. We have a tremendous thistle problem throughout the ivy, which for most of you know who come in through the rear entrance, the thistle is as high as what we are tall. There's no way to get rid of that stuff without tearing out all the ivy and then coming in and tilling all that root system up. But we're not going to just use a tiller there. We're going to use it in various beautification efforts, like along the rail trail, doing wildflower meadows to soften some of the urban landscape, and to trying to resemble some more things that you may see out in the country, but also through various projects throughout the park system. Under our lumber and hardware, which is account number 45140 under parks, I've increased that line item by like $1,000, I believe. We currently had a shift in full-time employees and have acquired a new park technician who has proven to be extremely resourceful and crafty in doing repairs that we normally would have contracted out. At the parks maintenance facility, we had a roof leak. I believe it was in 2023 that Dave had to pay money to have that roof repaired, but unfortunately, the water that came in ruined the floor. I have vinyl tile squares that are just missing everywhere, and I would like to use that money to do a new floor in our lunchroom and parks office, but utilizing our full-time employees to do the labor. And then lastly, under the chemical account, 45210, we do have an increase in there. Again, just increasing our chemical purchases so that Trace can do fertilizing, weed control, grub control, all those things that can try to help make our landscaping and our lawns better looking throughout the city.
Councilwoman Bupp, our wonderful budget team has just reported to me that we have 71 vehicles in that enterprise fleet. Good job, thank you. And the question, get an answer.
Recreation, Tom's line items go through page 102. Yes. And then the other thing that we did change this year is we did give a independent cost center to the cost associated with the Memorial Park complex. Again, something that thought was important, especially because there's revenue that's specifically coming in for the Memorial Park complex. We wanted to be able to compare it to the expenses. So that starts on 103 with the emissions that they are anticipated coming in and the expenses specifically to that. And then I think that leads us into the the other side of recreation than Tom after we get past Memorial Park Complex.
Great. So I'm seeing here for Veterans Memorial Park, 85,000. So these are the softball leagues. This is kind of the payback for this investment that we've been making to try and bring back those fields to national level fields as they were 50 years ago.
That is correct. And that I remember when you say 85,000, I think you're referring to the revenue that
Yes.
came in from the league. So,
Yes.
yeah, so in the past 2 years, we have increased our summer league and our fall league by 8 teams each, which 16 new teams out there. This is the first time probably in 10 years that we've seen interest in softball going up versus going down. The complex is utilized by a wide variety of people. York High and York Catholic use the fields for their softball program. This year, for the first time, we actually had collegiate level tournaments held out there on a trial and error, and everything that they experienced out there they have liked, and we are moving forward with some things bigger for 2025. Of course, we have men and women's slow pitch and fast pitch. We have a senior league out there, but we also offer field opportunities for those kids who are at a recreation level, who may not be traveling all over the country, but are playing here within municipalities throughout York City. We host youth all-star games. Moving into 2025, one of the biggest things that we're shooting for, and I'm hoping for probably about a $15,000 increase in revenue, is that we are actually going after a tournament that's referred to as the Caribbean Classic. This will bring 25 to 30 teams in. The majority of the players are coming from Puerto Rico, El Salvador, and islands on the Caribbean. What's interesting is that we have 20 teams that have owners that are associated with them that come together every year, and they bring their friends from the islands, the kids they grew up in the neighborhoods who could not come to the United States. They fly them in, and they have just this friendly competition, country versus country, island versus island. And they were here with 10 teams in 2024, fell in love with the place, and we're hoping for some big things, and there's
wonderful.
more to come besides them.
That is wonderful.
Yep.
Any other questions from anyone on recreation? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Next, we have the other side of recreation, which are our youth programs. I see. Do you want to share something with us, or should we?
Sure. I mean, yeah, sure. Why not?
Should I just pitch some questions at you?
So I'm LaQuinn Thompson. I'm the recreation program specialist here. So I've started back in March, but it feels like I've been here for a while now. So it's been fun. A few things I just wanted to share is going into 2025. I'm really big into recreation. I'm really big into getting our youth active as much as possible, as well as our regular adults and senior citizens as well. The biggest thing that I want to start emphasizing is this hashtag Rethink Recreation. And the reason why I say that is there's many different ways that we can do recreation in the city. So if you look at our budget right here, there's a few conferences I would love to go into, just because I know I don't know everything. So if I'm able to have a chance to go and learn some more opportunities to bring back to the city, I would love to do that. Some of the hot things I do want to highlight are the things that we have going on at the Vonnie Grimes Gym right now. Right now we have a lot of different basketball programs. We're actually looking at bringing back the Winter League basketball league as well. And we also renovated the computer lab into a gaming space. If you don't know me by now, I'm really big into gaming. It's just kind of who I am. And I started to realize how big gaming can be for not just the youth in our community, but everybody in the community. So we are looking to really outfit that space into a space that we can bring in people to play some video games in a community, a safe community space. I do have some pictures. I'll make sure I send that to you pretty soon of how we kind of configured that a little bit. The next thing I want to really highlight is our summer camp program, our summer parks program. that program has been around for quite a long time, and we are looking to enhance it in a way. As we know, a lot of summer camp programs stop at age 13. And after age 13, we have our teenagers that have nothing else to do. So a lot of our 13-year-olds that aged out of our program this year don't want to leave our program. So that says something a lot about our parks program. So what we want to do this year is give at least 10 14-year-old students that have been in our program a chance to come back and to learn some life skills and also some leadership skills through our program. So it gives them a chance to learn about how to be a counselor, but also how to just be a constructive citizen in society. So we are looking to do that. So you'll look in our budget as well. You might see some things that are gonna be highlighted in there as well. But yeah, like I said, it's I'm really looking into enhancing what we're doing with our recreational programs, and especially at Bonnie Grimes and our summer camp program. So I know we have a lot of different events coming up. I love the different events that we've done and then we're going to be doing, but I really want to enhance the parts of getting our kids and our community back into the parks in different ways. So we have some big plans coming.
No, thank you so much. And it was great being at the Stick and Move boxing tournament and having you back there in the corner. For the kids that weren't into watching the athletics, they were back there, playing boxing, playing video boxing. They might not have wanted to box anybody, but they wanted to video box.
Exactly.
They wanted to be Muhammad Ali. Right? that was very cute and a good combination of efforts. Because of course we we work with Stick and Move Boxing and provide that space. They had a great, fists up, guns down, right? To try and get people to redirect and get involved in a sport that has discipline and conflict resolution skills. And probably my favorite part of watching was, especially even the youngest of the people that were involved in the boxing tournament, going at each other so hard and then loving each other so hard afterwards. It's it's kind of reminds me of the old days when you'd get in a fight with your friends and then you'd be friends again the next time. It's not this ongoing cycles of violence that we see sometimes. So LaQuinn, I want to thank you for your part in working with the youth and inspiring them to have different ways, because it's not just about playing video games. It is about conflict resolution. It is about just having somebody there that you can have there.
Exactly.
Not everybody gets that. So thank you.
Thank you.
But with that, I have to talk about money.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And I'm going to direct this to the community. You are filling some big shoes.
Yeah.
We lost Diaz. Diaz is still here. He's working with us, but he's not working for us. He's working with WellSpan but we have seen a significant reduction in contributions to our youth programs and our special events. Most of these have not been run on city taxpayer dollars, at least not fully. So Diaz did a great job of bringing in some revenues and increasing the amount of offerings that the city has. But now, last year, we did not see those revenues come in again. So we're going to have to look very closely at some of these programs. And I can't support, let's put it in this format. Let's all get together and raise the funds to continue the programs that we have going. But step two is, if we can't get that money together, we cannot continue to ask the taxpayers to pay for programs that are not supported by the community.
Yeah.
So I know you have some things in the budget here that are a little upside down.
Yeah.
That they started out as community partnerships, and now they're being put on the taxpayers. So I want to spend a little time, and maybe we can meet before we provide our final budget to council to talk about those. Because, so just so out there, youth programs, we saw a 60% reduction in donations towards the programs for our youth. Back to school night, or the back to school weekend, we saw an 80 to 90% reduction in the donations towards those programs. Again, these are things that people came out and said, yes, we want to do these things, but we need continuity. We need people to say, yes, we don't want to just get them started. We actually want this for our community.
I do want to highlight that we do have a sponsorship package that we're working on right now.
Wonderful.
Looking into it. So once that is solidified and pretty much polished out, then we'll make sure we share that out there. But we do have a campaign that we want to work on.
Very good. So I will leave it up to you to kind of focus on the different events. And, part of your job is, unfortunately, for better or worse, it's part of the fundraising for these events too. And speaking of fundraising, I wanted to let folks know that part of this budget is our contract for the special events in the city. There will be an RFP coming out to provide these event productions that include the fundraising and the production of these events. So we offer in our budget $40,000 for that potential contract, and then people have to provide all of their background, but also their vision of what they're going to do with the events, including bringing back some of the events that we lost during COVID. So some of those, certainly the Mother's Day Street Fair, as well as York Fest, probably it's good to take a break to reimagine those events and see what we can do. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be continuing to celebrate that. Again, if the community wants to support it, we can't continue to pay for things pay wholly for things out of the taxpayers' pockets. But we certainly can try and see what the community will support. And so we'll be putting out this RFP here shortly, and then that will start for the events coming up next year. Let's see, back to school. What do I have? REV. What does that stand for? Oh, the revenue. Okay, so the summer movie series, summer concert series. These are things that people like, but right now there's no revenue coming in to support these things. So sponsorships, there are companies that could handle $1,000 sponsorship, I think, to be recognized on a monthly or weekly basis at these events that we're having.
Our summer movie series is going to change a little bit because I want to add some activities as well. Because again, we want to get back to recreation. So before our movies start, we want to do some different activities beforehand for all ages as well. So that's going to be coming down the line as well.
And then the special projects, this is a different section, right?
That's ARPA.
Yeah, this is getting into ARPA. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, LeQuinn.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining our team.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Anyone else have questions for the mostly youth recreational programs? Councilwoman.
Hi, Councilwoman Bupp. I just want to say I support recreation for the kids, giving kids opportunities, and we want great opportunities to become better citizens. And so I was hoping maybe there is a way to find some funding in the police budget because they do events, outreach events for the community, and maybe there's a way that they can share some of the budget so that the youth get some of these great programs that LeQuinn is talking about.
Well, there is funding in the police budget already. some funding that we haven't exactly figured out how we're going to move forward with for programming that incorporates the police. And then, of course, the bringing back of the Sylvia Newcomb Center. So that's what we're doing there. Madam President.
The Queen of Washington, York City Council. I just have a question about the Quinn mentioned about the program for the youth that are aging out.
Yes.
It's under 444000. The $8,000, is that for like a stipend or for them to be paid?
Sorry, what page are you on?
I'm on page, I'm sorry, I'm bad with the page number, 105.
105, okay.
And 44400, other contractual services, there's an adjustment of $8,000. And I believe that's the program that you were speaking of for the students that are aging out. Is that to pay them, you know?
No, I think.
No, that is for the, that is actually for the program.
Okay, that is for the program. Will those students be paying, or will we be paying them? I'm just curious.
No, this wouldn't be something that we pay them for. So in order for us to add on the extra set of students, we need like another staff or two. Just to help
Okay.
them with it. But they're all part, seasonal staff.
Okay, so that's for that's for another staff position.
No?
No, it's actually the busing and the whole program itself.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
To include them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Madam President, another great idea, though, if we can get sponsors for such a thing, to have stipends for those young people, particularly, I mean, from what I'm reading from this, it is a grow your own camp counselor program. So the idea is to be a little bit of career training here, which if there was some compensation, that would be a good incentive. And so I love the idea. So looking for a supporter of that.
I have a question. Econ Dev, they didn't come up yet. They're probably going to get me for this. Do we still have our Legacy Builder Summer Program here in the city? I don't know if we're going to be, we don't have it anymore. Okay, because that's what I was thinking about.
So I was going to say the same thing. So I know growing up as a teenager, I got hired on under the CA. They had a program, so is that something we try and utilize?
Yeah, Barry Freeland told me that they have, the state has come back and supported them again for those programs. It's a matter of coordinating.
Yeah, I know they had it this summer.
And we have supplemented the summer playground program staff with some individuals from that program.
Right.
What we're going to have to keep in mind, just because, you know, I can never take off my HR hat, is that we'll just have to keep in mind that anytime you have an employee under certain ages, there's certain requirements that have to happen with them being statutory. A lot of them revolve around the breaks they have to take and such like that. But that'll just be a new thing we'd have to open up just to make sure that we're following all of them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Would you like me to clarify real quick that the ARPA programs that are included on page 107, because again, I took away the descriptions. This includes the, let's see here.
Parks plan?
It's the Parks Master Plan is the 400,000 for the design aspect. Sorry, I'm flipping through too many things. There's the 110 for the, let's see here, how am I having this here? 400, 200,
110.
115. So I thought I could look at my sheet. Let's see. I have, okay, we'll be done with that. We have the 200, we had 200 total for the Memorial Park basketball courts. That's still open. We have the 400,000 for the Parks Master Plan. And then the 51, which was originally 76, that was the remaining of the Parks Master Plan for engineering, which we actually will have to look at again as part of my updating all the ARPA numbers, because I think we're going to exhaust that this year.
And some of that, I'm sorry, and, okay, and what's that that's the breakdown of the carryover fund balance, okay.
Right.
And
So
where is the design for Thaxton?
yes, that needs to be added to this
Okay, so
because
there
it
will
wasn't
be-
on the budget yet.
Yes, it is my goal to at least have, if not have it completed next year, is to have the Thaxton Park replaced across the street. Back in 2012, we, Joanne Borders and I, as we came on to city council, we both made a promise that we were going to get that recreation replaced. It's been quite a few years since then, but it is my goal to get that done before I leave office. So at least have it all in the works. We're going to be contracting a couple of the lead African-American historians here in the community for an educational York African-American History Walk that would be in that park, along with additional recreational facilities. That is, anybody have any further questions on that? I think she explained everything. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Tammy from the Bureau of Housing Services, and I just wanted to retract a little bit. Our legacy program that we have for the youth, we had it for quite a few years, and we kept putting out the applications for the students. So after pandemic, it just kind of dispersed a little. So I was personally going out to the schools trying to get the kids to come in, and we couldn't get the kids. And the ones we did get, they supposed to go to the different departments. We talking about housing authority, fire department, all different kinds of departments. But understand, whenever we put the kids in, young adults, not kids, young adults in those departments, we literally had to have that department actually, take in those youth. So by that being said, our department from 2020 totally changed. We had, when I say that, we have had people leave, we had people retire, so they couldn't take on our youth. So by that money being in my department, I did switch it over to Public Works. Well, see, they wouldn't know because it's predating, this is a new staff, everything's changing. So the money we did have in legacy, we did transfer it over to the department so they could use it still in the youth department.
And they were doing that with the assistants, right? Or were they getting with the park assistants? Or was that getting paid out of CA?
We collaborated with CA.
Okay.
Right, that's totally different.
Okay.
We collaborated with CA with the students, but the money we had set aside, we did give it to Public Works for the program.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we didn't put any money in for 2025.
Okay, well, let's look at that.
You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Yeah, we still could do that, but to do the program within our department, because I was doing it myself.
Yeah.
So, we still could assist them in that.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. Let's talk about that. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll wrap it up with the easiest budget of all, the ice rink. We don't have to worry about the ice rink at all. They paid us $64,000. We're actually making money off the ice rink. Yay. There's many years that we only had the bills from the ice rink and we didn't really see much revenue. Now we have no bills essentially and a continuous source of revenue out there. So let's take a 10-minute break and catch our breaths here. And we will reconvene We will, well, how about we give it 12 minutes? We'll reconvene at 9:15. Please, everyone, make sure your mics are off. India, are all the mics off over there? All right, great, thank you.
Thanks for hooking me up with the Yeah, I told them they went out, but I told. Some of them started to. Some of them started to. That's why we're trying.
know the specialist said the same thing. It was the installer that mishandled that. So, like,
Oh, yeah.
I think the windows total were like $283,000. So, I mean, I hate to see someone eat all that cost, but I'm not.
Yeah, that's what we were talking
Errors or not errors.
Like,
You're right. Yes. Yes.
all right, well, have a good night. First one. I'll take good care of that.
We're getting close. We got the final drawings, we got the final manuals for all the all the systems.
Oh, okay. Oh, you need to go down.
Copy of the bank statement that shows there's 7 million or whatever. In it, like a full account is like all of the funds that we receive.
Yes.
Yeah, they just need a copy of that statement showing that we physically have them. And this goes back months. So, that's all we need. That's all we need. Yeah, that's all we need, just to show that. Because I sent her all the resolutions that it's allocated and it's budgeted, and she's like, "This is great, but do you have it?" Like, yes.
Where do I have Econ Dev?
29.
There we go. Nona, for once, I don't have a bunch of notes on your report. It is a beautiful thing. Hopefully, we'll be able to whip through this pretty quickly and get us out of here. Again, thank you all for your patience. So let's keep it to a minimum and just talk about the things that, I mean, feel free to talk about your department, but we don't have to discuss every line item, just any kind of major changes.
So I'd like to start by saying, first of all, good evening to everyone. Oh, I'm sorry, what's your mic?
You can slide it over towards you.
Pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to everyone. I wanted to say that two of my deputies are not here tonight. Monica Kruger is not here, and Steve, he's not here, but he's online, just in case, on the phone, just in case you have a question for him.
Hi, Steve.
The mayor said hi, Steve. Okay.
Just to get everyone caught up, we're on page 29.
29. Okay, so I'll jump right into it. So, well, first of all, I just have a little paragraph I want to read for those who may not know who we are. The mission of the City of York Department of Economic and Community Development. Is to foster opportunities for businesses to grow and for communities to thrive and succeed. DECD works with partners, private industry, and local businesses to enhance and sustain economic prosperity, create and execute development opportunities, revitalize neighborhoods, and provide healthy options for residents within the city. This department oversees growth and orderly development within the city and enforces all ordinances and codes that govern residential and commercial construction within the city limits. DECD is comprised of 5 bureaus: Bureau of Economic Development, Bureau of Health, Housing Services, Permits and Inspections, and Planning and Zoning. And so for cost center 000, which is actually my part of the budget, there are no increases. As a matter of fact, I pretty much decreased every line item, and I am seeing a savings of about $5,000. That's the first part.
Okay, I'm seeing this increase in the salaries, and I'm trying to figure
Well,
out
outside of that, the
coming.
allocations, I'm talking about what I had control over. I decreased each line item.
Well, I'm hoping this is a different employee that got moved under here.
This is let's see here, this is made up of the Blight Prevention Remediation Coordinator, which last year I believe was budgeted under, might have been budgeted under permits, and we moved
Correct.
over. So that would be an increase, and let me just double check compared to
80,000?
There's also the COLA increases would be in there as well.
Ah, okay.
So yes.
Okay, so we should see a reduction somewhere else in the budget for a salary portion of that. All right, very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have no questions on that.
Okay.
Anybody else? Budget team? Elected
No.
officials? Any questions? What else we have? And Ryan? Who's an elected official? Just somebody else's elected official. Okay, great. Let's move on. Well, I can discuss the community ecosystem coordinators. Those are part-time employees. We have added an additional one in the budget to bring us back up to the complement of 4. And we're looking, well, we'll just stick with that. So that's money that comes from WellSpan to help provide those services throughout our communities, individuals that go to people that might otherwise not be getting the services for whatever reason it is. Perhaps they're homebound, perhaps they're homebound because they've got kids and just can't get out to the services, whatever it might be, our elders. And these folks go around and try to make sure that everybody gets the services that they deserve. So I'm really happy with that program. And hopefully here in 2025, we'll be able to expand that outreach even further. But that is not paid for through tax dollars. That is entirely paid for through private contributions.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, yes.
Betsy Buckingham, York City Council. Last year at these hearings, I asked if we could have a report about the ecosystem coordinators and the work that they do, and you said that you would get it to us. So if who they report to, what they're doing, et cetera, it'd be real helpful for us to have a better understanding about
They
that.
had been reporting to Diaz. Now they report directly to me.
Okay, last year at the hearings, you said that they reported to you and that you could get us that information. So-
Diaz had been working intermittently as the coordinator for that program.
I think the council would like a better understanding of just what's going on there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. You will see that the $20,000, let me see. Yes, the $20,000 under Kiva, we are not a hub for Kiva, but we are still supporting the program and doing marketing and just still partnering with them. So that $20,000 we removed from the budget.
All right, and I'm seeing now going into 383, there's a reduction. Is that the moving of the of that position?
Yeah, I believe that it is.
Yeah, it was moved out of Economic Development Cost Center, yep.
Okay.
The Economic Development Coordinator now reports to Nona, not to me.
Got it. All right, great.
Okay. And so overall, you'll see a decrease in expenses of like about approximately $58,000 under economic development.
Yep, I'm good. Anybody have any other questions on that? Move to page 31.
31, you'll see, now we're in planning and zoning, you'll see an increase of revenue expected for $29,431. And I have Nancy here who can speak to the fees that we should be collecting.
Good evening, Mayor, budget team, elected officials, and everyone else in the area here. So I am Nancy Griffin, city planner and the head of the Planning and Zoning Bureau. Then the zoning officer is Monty McMillian. So what you just see here, just a short brief synopsis of this. Anything that has to do with revenue is the fees that we collect from people, from developers, applicants, from anybody who wants to file a zoning appeal and zoning determination letters. So that's how we generate the revenue. And then if you look down further, there's just this very slight increases in like for the hours for MPL law. That is for our solicitor for the zoning hearing board. They have a slight increase every year. It's not much. And so we compensate for that. They give us that every year to tell us what they're going to raise. And then we have a stenographer for the zoning hearing board that we also pay. Then if you look under architect, engineer, and consulting fees, they are fees from C.S. Davison consulting fees. However, what we do is we do recuperate that those fees. They bill us, then we in turn bill the applicant that's doing the projects out there in the field for us. So we do recoup that money back. And then we did have a reduction in some conferences and training and office supplies, that sort of thing, if I wasn't using it We just, if we didn't use it last year, I reduced it this year.
Great, thank you. And I'm trying to find out right now where these, there's a large salary and wage decrease. What's going on there?
I'd have to look and see what the difference is. That should only be including the two positions for the zoning officer and the planner.
So you're thinking that the 2024 amended budget numbers might have been incorrect?
I'd have to flip back a couple spreadsheets
Right.
to figure out what was budgeted in there last
Okay,
year.
well, team, let's figure out what that is so that we can all understand that.
Are there any other questions?
I don't have any other questions. Any other questions? Nope. Great job. Thank you. All right. Penn Market renovations, that's just carryover. We continue to work on that. Do you want to give us a 3-sentence update on Penn Market renovations plan?
Yeah, briefly, we expect to have 100% design development drawings by mid-October, which was supposed to be last week. Architect just reached out to me this week, and we'll have them hopefully by the end of the month. That's a full design. We are currently facing a budget shortfall on the current design. So we've had an architect's estimate, and we also have a contractor that has gratis done a takeoff and an estimate as well. And we're coming up with about a $2 million shortfall for the full renovation. So the RDA is exploring other funding options, including pulling some of the, too far in the weeds, but some of the RACP grant from the Northwest Triangle that was assigned to Harrisburg University, they're going to use for their urban greenhouse. And we would likely take some of that RACP grant and apply it also to Penn Market, which will help. So we're working with Harrisburg University to make them part of Penn Market now as well, and bring us $2 million.
Excellent.
Leverage.
All right. Then we have a whole list, on page 32, we have a whole list of ARPA projects.
And they represent $750,000 for the Penn Market RACP match, $550,000 towards the Blighted Property Reduction Program, $1.5 million towards the Sylvia Newcomb RACP match, $690,000, which is the Yoko Fiber project. There's the $69,075 is the remainder of the Senior Emergency Housing Rehab Program, $2.5 million Affordable Housing Developer Incentive, $500,000 for first-time home buyer, $500,000 for the Veteran Housing Support and Services, $500,000 for CPC for the new facility, and the remaining of the Friends and Neighbors funding with the $212,681.
Great, thank you. Any questions on those projects? Those are all projects, I believe all projects previously approved by council and just rolling money over. Yes, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Bupp, just going to ask that you put that in the description, what you just read out to us, because that was.
Yeah, it'll be fixed.
It's coming.
It's a part of the cost centers, and I just tried to save space and got rid of them.
Great, all right. Permits and inspections.
Excuse me. Nothing major here in reference to changes. The Permits and Inspections Bureau, they're bringing in funds, and the only thing that I want to draw your attention to is $110,000 is what they did request on page 36. And this is for software. I'm just going to read what Steve has here. Costs associated with the United Public Safety Software for enforcement of the Neighborhood Improvement Ordinance. The addition to this line item is to allow us to obtain software specifically designed for plan review and inspection and software to manage our complaints. Our current software includes many workarounds and is difficult to use. we are requesting $110,000, but I also, Mayor, had the conversation with you in reference to the CDBG dollars that will be available. And Tammy has been working on that. These are funds that we have to spend to meet timeliness, so we could use the CDBG dollars for that purpose.
And how many CDBG, is it getting late or is it just me? How much do you have there to apply to it?
The total amount?
Total amount?
Yes.
All right, we can talk about that when we get to CDBG because I do have some questions about some reductions in allocations that I saw there.
Okay.
So.
All right, that's fair.
And then again, I have a salary question on 34. We have $138,000 reduction in salaries and wages. So if you can circle. Oh, that's an increase, I'm sorry. So is that have something to do with our decrease over here
You
or?
had one that was being paid out of ARPA before.
Yeah.
It's not being paid now.
Two of them that were budgeted out of ARPA
Okay,
for the property and maintenance inspector, sorry.
right. And then there should be an associated increase in revenue to account for them. And that should be in plan reviews, right?
Yes, and it is documented here.
Where am I seeing that increase?
So if I'm where you are or where you want to be, on page 33, we have increase in revenues of approximately $74,000 there. And then
I'm sorry, where was that?
page 33.
Yes? I'm looking for a $74,000 increase. I don't.
The total. And also, to put this into place, some of this revenue was already what was increased and started to come in was planned for the 24 budget year. So you're not going to see a very clear, like we were already with a surplus in this account with what's been coming through for 23 and 24. So you're not going to see a very clear cut. Now there's exactly 134,000 more coming in revenue. Some of that was already in place. And that's why we were able to absorb what was originally started with the ARPA funds, because over the last several years, there's been a significant increase in the revenue coming in.
Can I get kind of that 5-year history or whatever actually shows us what that increase was? Because I know we had some projections from Chief Buffington, but I didn't see the actuals. So if I could see that increase over the last few years.
I know since 23, we had a significant change, and we actually had a change in the budget a couple of times that we came to council to increase certain expenses in that department because we already had additional revenue then there.
Right.
And so I believe that the numbers, like Kim said, the numbers that we have in here for 24 already reflect some of those changes that started taking in effect in 23. And like I said, this department has, for both 23, 24, and I'm sure for 25, I'm sure the revenue will well exceed the expenses.
I want to see, well, it's supposed to do a lot more than that.
Yeah.
So I want to see actual numbers.
We can do it, and we can do it by all the revenue sources, because you got to remember the property maintenance inspectors have a hand in several of the sources, so we can just give you all of them.
That's great.
I just want to ask Steve, do you have anything you want to add?
I know that, here, let me mute my computer now.
I don't need anything now, Chief.
Don't need anything?
It's late. I just want,
Trend towards increasing on the neighborhood improvement fines with the increase in patrol that we're doing. We're projecting for that to be higher next year, and I think we may have under-projected that. It seems like here at the end of the year, our revenue from that is starting to show an upward trend. So, plus next year we will have a lot less expense for third party. We still have third party expenses this year for projects that we're still in the pipeline and being finished up by them. I anticipate that there will be very little of that next year. But then again, there may also be the possibility that we need to start looking for somebody part-time to help Vermont as, he's keeping his head above water now, but as some of these larger projects come online, we may need to get him some part-time help.
And thank you, Steve. Steve is not feeling well tonight, so thank you, Steve.
You bet.
And I guess I have one other question on that. The foreclosure registry, wasn't that a third party that was supposed to be doing that and then paying us the money?
That's correct, that is.
So why is it going down so much? Are they not doing their job anymore? Are there fewer foreclosures?
It goes up and down, and I'm not so sure that this new company that took over is delivering what they've projected they would deliver, and I need to have that discussion with them before our next contract renewal comes up, because the company we were using went out of business.
Right.
And we hired on with a different company, but definitely need to have that discussion with them, because it does seem like it's dropping, but it's been cyclic since we've had it. This company claims that they're better at tracking them down, and I don't know that I've seen that yet.
Okay. Yeah, let's get an update on that, please.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Budget team?
No.
Anybody else? Council? All right. Thanks, Chief. Get some rest.
All right.
Thank you.
Hold up, Steve. Hold up, Steve.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Ryan Supler, my question is on page 34 for clothing, shoes, uniforms, and equipment. It's asking for concealable body armor for people. Are we asking them to go into harm's way, or?
Well, it is recognized, I think, that when you're going into people's homes and sometimes the people don't want you there, that I wouldn't call it harm's way, but I would call it in a certain quantity of danger. You really don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how people are going to approach you. We have not yet implemented anything like that. No. And I don't think that with the money, even though it says it over here in the quote, I don't know where we are on that.
Yeah. Steve?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Oh, I know.
Okay.
Ask them where we are with the body armor.
Where are we with the body armor, Steve?
We've kind of, where are you with the body armor, Steve?
So nice, I said it twice.
Watching it on TV.
We've kind of been taking that slow. There's the question of concealable, not concealable, and we've just been researching it slowly. We want to make sure we get the best price we can and get something that's as comfortable for the inspectors as possible. We have had inspectors attacked in the past. Thank God, not seriously injured, but I know one of our inspectors lost work as a result of an attack for a short period of time. So certainly it's my opinion that it's our obligation to offer our employees every bit of protection that we can. But we want to make sure we do the right thing, do what's the most comfortable for the inspectors while they're out there, especially if we're going to go with concealable, or they'll be wearing it even when they're in the office. Make sure we find what's the most comfortable at the best value for us and protect their safety.
Okay.
All right, very good.
Thanks, Steve.
Any other questions? All right, let's move on. Okay.
You're in good hands.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you all.
Okay, Health Bureau, as I said, Monica could not be here, so I'm just going to read a little bit of what she left me to read. So She says the City of York Bureau of Health has and continues to work tirelessly to prevent, promote, and protect the public health of our York City residents and visitors. Most of our expenses, from salaries to supplies, are covered by grant funding. What we do contributes to the well-being of all our residents, whether through education, preventing an outbreak, providing a service, or indirectly by decreasing hospitalizations through engaging with our residents during a nurse's home visit or a phone call. The Bureau experienced many changes and challenges this year, one being a new medical director and the subsequent financial support of the position. Part of our general fund request is to continue to support our medical director position. An initial financial contribution was provided by WellSpan in July 2024. However, there is no guarantee this will be continued. Other funding support requests include rent, a maternal child health fiscal data analyst assistant, and overtime. All of these are necessary and currently not funded by our grants. Funding through children and youth has remained flat in the last 2 years while caseloads continue to increase. State funding was decreased by $100,000. So I just want to draw your attention to the things that she mentioned here on page 38 was the first one when she mentioned overtime. You'll see the $5,000 there. That's the request on page 38. On page 39, the request for medical director at $125,000. See that there. On page 40, rent costs that are not covered by grants. You see,
And I'm sorry, why are the rent costs not covered by grants?
now that I don't know why not, Mayor.
They were in the.
Some of the grants do cover rent, but not all of them do.
Not all of them.
And they usually use the grants provide most of the rent. It's when if they have any shortfalls at the end,
Right.
that it ends up under Fund 10.
Okay.
We have another explanation.
In her description, it says COVID funds has assisted with rent, but is not sustainable funding source for rent.
Okay, because in the past, I thought that the state grants covered our clinic.
Yeah, they do, but
Should
not.
be which should be our only rent. Okay. I want to make this very easy. Is there any other narrative that you want to share? I don't want to cut off the Bureau of Health. They do such amazing work.
No, that's.
But I can say that, and council, I think you're well aware, this is a department that is funded almost exclusively by outside money, by grants. And so to go through all these pages and pages of grants doesn't seem like a reasonable use of time. What I would like before we submit the budget is what I ask for every year, and that is, can you give me the balance of how much is Fund 10 versus how much the entire Bureau of Health provides in the financial side of things. I mean, their services are always more valuable than the finances, but it gives us an understanding. You know, usually it varies. I know it was down to like 3 or 4% at one point. Now that these grants are drying up, then we may see an increase. But even at the 12 to 15%, if you imagine giving 12 cents for $1 worth of health care.
Yeah.
I've already told you what it's costing the city for health care and how that has increased from $1 million to $12 million just in the last 20 or so years. So for us to continue to get these services, even if it's 12% of general fund, something like that, it's absolutely worth it just to have our folks healthy. Healthier people mean more people going to work, which means more income taxes coming in. I mean, there's certain ways to quantify it even beyond the fact that we just want a healthy community, particularly the young moms and children.
Yes.
So just if you can just get that number
I will.
to me.
Yes.
It's approximately $99,000 would be Fund 10 versus probably $5 million total for the whole budget for
So
the health department.
5 million and 100,000.
100,000 is probably Fund 10.
So that's 2%. So we're essentially paying 2%, 2 cents for every dollar worth of services we're getting from the Bureau of Health. And other than hearing more about the great work, I don't need to know much more to support that.
Yeah. Well, I was done.
Any other questions or comments? Just thank you. Monica, wherever you are, thank you. And thank you to the whole Bureau of Health.
Okay. So we're moving on to housing.
We are moving on to housing, and I think that's going to move almost, oh no, I do have some questions about HUD allocation, so
Okay.
that might slow us down a little bit. But let's see, what page are we moving to here, Jerry?
65.
65. Look at that big pile of stuff we just went through. Good job.
Yes. And so I just want to introduce Jada Richardson. She is our new Deputy of Housing, so. Hello.
And Tammy,
And Tammy, of course. She's a
the new dynamic duo of our federal funding.
Yeah. Doing a great job, too. Okay, so, Jada, was there anything you wanted to point out?
Well, yes.
Okay.
I will say, obviously I wasn't here last year for the budget, but there is a big change in that our budget is much shorter. Tammy and I have been working to clear up some of our past year funding that has been unexpended. So we've been kind of moving money around so that we can spend that down and keep our budget current to be in compliance with HUD. So that's why you'll see a lot of money just kind of like moving from one spot to the next. And then there's obviously less accounts that you're looking at.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, well, let me just, I marked a couple things down here. On page 68, let's see. I found, I think, no less than 5 locations where we were talking about providing home buyer assistance. So can you explain to me why we see it twice on page 68, and then we see it again on page 70, and then we see it again on page 71, and then we see it again on page 72. There seem to be a lot of line items all for the same thing. So what is happening there?
Okay, so on page 68, are you talking about the $125,000?
I am.
The 2 instances?
Yes.
So first you have the funding from year 2024, and then we're moving that into next year's budget, but we also have the funding that we've already allocated for 2025. So that's why you see that twice.
So, so you're just moving it over, or is it 250,000?
It's 250,000.
Okay.
So we're moving over 2024 funding, and then we're adding the 2025 funding.
And is this, because what is the average that has been spent?
In the home buyer program?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Is there an average?
There's no average because this year has been really slow. That's why we've been coming to you guys about the 500,000 that you need to ARPA.
Yeah.
That's what we're kind of going back and forth with right now.
Well, and that's, that 500,000, we are potentially looking at putting into the repair services as opposed to home buyers, because we're not going to do that. That's why I've been meeting with servants and talking about a potential partnership with them. And we'll talk about that a little later here with some of your allocations, because what I believe we've found, or what I think I've found, is that if we partner with servants, if we can meet all the federal requirements, if they can meet all the federal requirements, we get 4 or 5 projects by working with servants for the cost of 1 project by just having homeowners get a contractor and do the project. It really is an inefficient way to spend these precious dollars, particularly the ARPA money that is not coming likely ever again.
Yeah.
So we want to see to make sure that that is the most efficient way. And I know the council supported the home buyers program, and we've got money in here for home buyers program, but we really need to look at potentially reallocating that 500,000 of ARPA so that it gets used efficiently and quickly. So we'll talk about that. I don't think it's reflected yet in here, is it?
No.
No, it's not yet reflected in here. Yeah, oh yeah. Yep, oh, I know. Halloween's the deadline for having all ARPA stuff completed. So we're, a couple days away. So this is the last this is the last piece. And one of the things that I wanted to talk to you, we will reschedule our meeting.
I just wanted to be clear that the two instances of $125,000 is money we give to the county for the owner-occupied rehab program.
Understood.
And then the other funding that you see for a homeowner is the home buyer program for first time home buyers, the down payment and closing cost assistance.
Got it. Okay. So that is that one. Then, well, let's finish with that question then. So we've got a reduction of 22 on page 70, 48045. We see a reduction into the Lancaster Housing group. That's home buyers assistance. But then, and then we see, no, that's not the one. Oh, and then I see that's separated out down here. So there's 20,000 that you end up with here, and then it appears that 42,000 got moved. So is that an increase?
The initial 20,000, I'm sorry, which line are you talking?
At the top of page 70, 48045, the subrecipient grant to Lancaster Housing gets reduced from 42,000 to 20,000. But then down towards the bottom, you have a new line here. Right, that's not revenue, right? No, that's expenses. Then you have a new one for 42,000.
Because
So,
one is, sorry. I was gonna say one is 2024 and one is 2025.
okay, so now we're at 62,000 there. And then we've got, on the bottom of page 71, we've got another home buyer assistance program for another 25,000 of new money, right? So now we're up to 87,000.
That's now home funds. So for the home buyer program that's funded with CDBG, there's two sources that work together. So the CDBG money funds the administration of the program, and then we use home funds to actually pay the down payment and closing.
Okay. So what is our percentage of processing, for processing these grants? You said one of them pays for one part.
So we cover all of the expenses for it, but from two different sources.
Right, I understand. I was just trying to add up all of the things, because now on page 72, we have another 122,000 home buyer initiative. And then you move down to 48,217. Oh, wait, that's the revenue. Wait, is that revenue from the home grant?
Yes.
Oh, and it's expended right below it.
Right.
Okay, so that's another that's 50. And then 72 is going, to that Queen Street project. Got it. So that's another 50,000 being added. And then is this an additional 50,000 at 48,217 seems to be repeated?
That's the 25 money versus the 24.
Okay, so now we're up to 187,000?
We allocate our funds in 3-year periods.
Yeah.
So it's the same amount that we give them for the next 3 years.
Okay, community housing. All right, so the total then is about $187,000. I guess I just wanted to know out of that, how much is the processing fee for that? Like you said, we pay for the administration of it. So and I don't need it tonight.
Okay.
I'm just curious about, what are we paying to administer the program versus what people are actually getting?
Yeah, we can look into that.
And then, here's the decreases that I saw. All right. Where did I see that? So we see, back on page 70, subrecipient grant for Life Path. we've reduced that from 64,000 for homeless prevention to 20,000. But then I see the same number, or almost the same number, 64,700 down here again with a grant to LifePath. So does that mean that we increase the total that we are giving to LifePath up to 84,000 or almost 85,000? Is that how I should read that? Is that 2 different years?
2 different years.
Right, with a total of 85,000, because you reduced the 2024 year down to 20,000, but then you added a 2025, so we went up from 64,000 to 84,000. Is that how I should be reading that? Okay, Tammy? Tell me what I'm doing wrong.
I'm sorry. So the 64,000 is correct. We're giving them that amount in 2024. So what I do is calculate how much they're going to spend by the end of the year. So I put $20,000 that they will be using at the end of the year, but the rest going to be a carryover to 2025. So you'll see 2024 and 2025 would be the 80-something thousand.
So I'm right with 80-some thousand.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, you can correct me when I'm right. Okay. Let's see, what else we got here? Subrecipient life path, homebuyer assistance. On page 72, we have, so is this, again, 2024 and 25.
Yes.
So does this mean we are setting $626,000 aside for future development?
Yes, that's the Hudson Park Towers project.
That's the what?
The Hudson Park Towers rehab.
What are you talking about? We already gave them money.
We did not. It's been allocated to them, but we have not actually given it to them.
Didn't we give them $450,000?
Hudson Park Towers?
All right, let's go back and look at that. Huh? No, I'm thinking about Hudson because we gave them, council and I allocated them ARPA, I thought it was ARPA money, was it?
There's no ARPA
No,
money.
okay, then it was CDBG money.
It may be the home funds because they're getting 2024 home funds and 2025 home funds. So it may be the,
All right, well, let's go back
it
and,
is, because our 2024 allocation is about $444,000. So that might be what you're,
okay, let's go back and look at that because I know they had come back for more money and we said, no, we can't provide any more money right now. So I wanted to make sure that there was not more money slipping out that we didn't know about.
It's not, but you're right, Mayor. You're right.
Okay, yeah, so if I could just get some more info on that. CHODO funding are eligible to certain set-asides.
Hasn't been expended yet.
Okay, and we're doing the same thing with the CHODO. It's giving them the same amount in 24 and 25, so we're adding the two together. Wait, and then there's, yes. Yeah, that's all I have. Those are all the questions I have, and I know we're kind of all over the place on that, but I didn't know how to do it without going through every project. Council, any other questions on it? Or would you like to review it and submit any questions? The great thing is we've got a month because the budget team and all of the directors and the staff did an absolute great job of getting things together on time. And so that now, council, you have a month to come back to us with any additional questions so that we could incorporate that before we actually submit our final proposed budget. So with that, I think that wraps it up, right?
Yes.
We have any final questions or statements regarding the draft 2025 York City budget? Everybody had their say? Going once, going twice? This hearing is adjourned at 10:01 PM, Wednesday, October 23rd. Thank you, everybody, for your participation.